I know I can. I can. I'm a mod.
So, good evening, ladies, lords, lasses, and all those in between. It is I, your humble game master, the Deathly Shad, here today to bring you some more Rains of Vitrium content. Woohoo! And I want to say that this will be the last week for this year because the next two Tuesdays happen to be on both Christmas Eve and New Year's Day. So there will be no Reigns of Vitrium until the next year. Um, but
Depression.
there might or might not be a one-off depending on people's schedules. But I'm not going to hold anyone to that.
Wait, isn't 2 Tuesdays from now New Year's Eve? Is it New Year's Day?
It's literally
Eve.
It's literally next Tuesday, Christmas Eve. Next Tuesday, New Year's Eve.
Yep.
Okay, I was about
Like
to say
one
New Year's
after
Day.
the other.
Who's doing anything at like the day after New Year's Eve? Come on.
I mean, sequentially, my man, it's no big deal. At any rate, but I just wanted to tell both our YouTube and stream audience that we would not be streaming for those 2 weeks, or we might not be, possibly. Who knows? I certainly don't. But at any rate, let us get right into the action. When last we left our adventurers, Agatha the Kobold Rogue, Morrigan the Halfling Divination Wizard, Renswa the Rabbitfolk Monk, Soren the Rabbitfolk Samurai, and Vuori the Rabbitfolk Smith, the party, after fighting the Queen of Thorns and managing to defeat Morrigan's inner evil for the time being, the party begins the long journey to Vuori proper. Fallout of Morrigan's actions have caught up with her. But what consequences shall appear as a result of this? What issues will arise? And will Morrigan be accepted back into the group for all the strife she has caused? Who knows? I don't. Let's find out today as we return to the Rains of Vitrium. Allow me a moment to do a big shift. The first hour or so of the cart ride out and away from the ritual site is deafeningly silent. The only thing audible is the pitter-patter of rain on the outside of the cart as each person simply looks from one to the other around a large table. Morrigan sat.
I'm pretty sure I'm still unconscious.
It's been an hour here.
I appear to be unconscious.
Okay, roll a deception.
You're definitely getting your fucking shit kicked in, so yeah.
I've
Like 5 more minutes.
I only qualm on the fact that someone would have to actively check on me to see if I'm awake.
That's fine. You can roll
What am I rolling?
Deception, but you can roll a secret if you want.
Yeah, it's already 2 DM.
All right. For all intents and purposes, Morrigan appears to be asleep. And the rest of you are currently just sat there. And
Soren kind of went up to his room to meditate. He said he had some things he needed to think about.
I think
That's fine.
it's funny. It's funny enough. Agatha would have followed, be like, "You're getting patched up." Like he needed to stay with his boy.
Renswa would be downstairs in the training room. Several loud, like, thuds of the, like, training bags from being... And then there's just, like, one, like, loud kind of just, like, almost guttural scream and, like, a much louder thud.
I have a question.
Would
Y'all restrain Morrigan?
Yes, she is.
Yeah, I feel like she would have.
Um,
And Anna is watching her like a fucking hawk.
so currently, Morrigan, your mouth is patched over with a gag of sorts. Your fingers and your hands are put inside of these gloves that prevent you from moving them at all. So you
They all
cannot.
took the oven mitts from the fucking kitchen and taped them to me.
No,
see,
they're
in my brain, I was picturing just like 5 Chinese finger traps.
kind of, yes. Made of emollient
I s-
slime.
Uh,
So basically, you cannot use verbal or somatic components.
Where your hands are just in fucking gag.
That is your current existence, is being unable to use magic.
fair do.
And Rincewa, Neatal's down there with you, just kind of, if you'd allow her to be.
Well, she can be there.
Okay.
She probably should not stand near her.
She probably held the dummy for like a couple hits, and then she's like, okay, that's a lot of pressure being applied. Okay, you're actually kind of punching through it. She hops backwards
yeah.
as you just. She
Oh
hops.
no, that was I was picturing like the hanging, like the punching, like sandbag,
Yeah.
and just yeah, Neotal kind of stands there and like holds it for a bit, and then it's like, ow, I think this is bruising my ribs through the bag.
Yes,
Ow.
exactly. Like, and then she sees you kind of like
And
start
this-
punching through it, and she's like, "Oh!" And she hops backwards,
Yeah,
and she's
no,
kind of like,
that last like almost guttural scream, and she like just whines one kick, uh, and basically snaps the steel chain, keeping it to the ceiling, and the bag collapses to the floor and just spills sand out.
I mean, I was gonna say you explode the bag.
Nah.
All right, fair enough. Neatal is just standing there, about 10 feet back now, just like staring at both the departed from this mortal coil, punching bag, then back to Rensois, then the punching bag, then back to Rensois. She just gives you a shaky thumbs up, like, good job.
She's like, it's like, I don't know whether to be scared or aroused. Help.
Why not
Yes.
those?
Stay aroused.
Aroused, yes. Do you have a response?
Yeah, no, she just takes,
Hey,
several
pay no
just like
mind to that.
deep, almost kind of like animalistic, just heaving breaths before it just gives one very, sharp and deep inhale through the nose, kind of slow release back out as she like kind of tries to center herself again. Okay. Okay, I think it's mostly out of my system now.
Neatal approaches 5 feet closer. You sure? Cause I can hold another punching bag for the first 4 or 5 hits. I'm not that bruised.
I'll
She'll
sip a
just
little
kind
bit
of-
of blood.
She just like turns, looks at her a bit, kind of appraises her, and just gently like pokes her in the ribs.
She winces.
Yeah, no, let's get you some ice. I apologize if I was. She just kind of pauses, looks away a bit. More extreme than usual.
No, it's fine. I get it. I mean, hey, I don't mind a bit of roughness. Oh, yeah. So that ice. Yes, we should do that.
It's just like, I don't mind a bit of riffs. Hey yo, laughing hurt.
A mixture of that and a mixture of oh shit, I just made an innuendo. I should not make those innuendos right now.
Yeah, it's like Enron Swall will kind of just nod, kind of a little woodenly still, and just start heading up the stairs, assuming that Neatal will follow.
Oh, she'll follow. She's pretty much gonna follow you everywhere unless you literally say, "Hey yo, I need a minute alone." So you can pretty much just imagine anytime you want to talk to Neatal, she's just right there.
Okay. But, head to the kitchen, grabs like, some towels and ice, and wraps them.
She'll take them and very gently put them to her ribs, just wincing a bit more, just like, "Oh, you really pack a punch there."
Hmm. Yeah, yeah.
So you go first.
No, that just I don't know that any single thought will stay long enough to voice it. I mean, I doubt this is. You probably already know. Just don't, you know. Direct contact with ice is not the way to do. Leave it wrapped in the paper towels.
She nods. You want to talk about what happened?
She will kind of just very tiredly, like, rub her face and eyes. There's no reason to talk until Morrigan wakes up. Or Percival, or whoever, I don't even know at this point.
She nods. Yeah, doesn't look like. Yep, for a little while now. Well, I wouldn't exactly blame her if avoiding things. Well, do you want to?
Yeah, she likes to do that, huh?
You want to go somewhere else? Not near her?
No. No, I'm fine. I I'm just I'm going to continue reading the book I've been on. If you would like, you may sit with me on the couch.
Well, I was gonna ask you if you could give me a synopsis of where you are so far and read to me.
Very well. I'm only a few chapters in. Should be easy enough.
What's it about? She'll ask as the two of you make it over to the nearby sofa, and I'd imagine you explain. And
See. Hmm,
go ahead.
Let me
Tell me what
let
book
me
you're reading.
let me roll something.
Okay. Be a trash romance novel. Please be a trash romance novel.
That
A
is
squab.
I am considering it. It's
Please be one of
but
Mel's trash
I was
romance.
about to say.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm looking at 60-30-10. Okay.
Mel's magnificent memories.
This was the boring option, but it's the one that she was more likely to read. She is currently uh, she is currently reading said not scientific paper, but she's reading a like fairly verbose uh you know guide to funguses.
Oh, okay.
Hell yeah.
We watch as Neatal slowly falls asleep.
Sweats a little bit.
No, she
Too scared of the funguses to
she
fall
she
asleep
is
now.
she is she's comically enough a intelligence based character degree, so no, she doesn't actually fall asleep. Let me actually roll a thing for her. Oh, okay. She knows about some of the fungi. If you'd like, Francois, you may roll a nature check. You have advantage.
I was gonna say she knows about the poisons.
You know what? Fair enough. If you guess that above game, then yeah, no, it's obvious. She knows about the poisonous ones.
Yeah, I'm like, that one's a bit of a given.
Yeah. No need to roll for it. Yeah, no, she specifically knows about the poisons, and she's like, oh, I know that one. That can be a ingested poison and will make your stomach sick. But that one right next to it, that one will kill you in 3 days if there's no immediate purging of the system within a few hours of vibing.
Stares blankly at Mel. Flashbacks.
Yes, exactly. And that's where the two of you are. In the meantime, I will switch over to Soren and Agathar, as the two of them are inside of his room. Soren, are you meditating right now? Soren, buddy, friend, pal?
You're muted.
No.
Is he back from whatever he was doing?
He said he was.
He said he went somewhere? Curses.
All right.
Yeah, I missed that.
Oh, it's fine. I have a thing. Anyway, hey, hey, Vonnie,
Yep.
buddy, friend,
Yeah.
pal. What are you doing at this point in time?
Vonnie will probably, if no one else has checked to see if Morgan is actually stabilized or not, and just not bleeding out or dead.
Oh, she's stabilized. Like you would have seen Lana specifically give her a spare the dying, and then tend to her wounds whenever she got into the cart.
With Anna practically breathing down her neck, she was instructed to keep an eye on Morrigan.
Yes, pretty much.
Anna's the one that likes chess, right?
No, that's Belle. Anna's the one that likes to cook and violence.
I was going to say Anna's the one who's
Oh
doing her best
yeah.
impression of
A
Yeah.
wrestler. No shit, television.
All right. I'm kind of here, but I finally have my food, but I'll be at my seat in a second.
It's Shad. Shad.
Yeah,
can
I
hear
know.
The whole news.
I know. But on the bright side, it's not on the stream.
Hey, yo, hold up! I want to hear what happened.
At any rate, Soren, it's you and
He said he isn't here back yet.
Oh, Soren isn't back yet. God damn it.
He's
Okay,
around, I thought.
Bonnie, what are you
No,
doing?
I'm here. Sorry, I'm here, but I'm also preparing for dinner, so I can hear. So what's going on?
Do you need your scene later or now, if you can?
It can be later.
Okay.
All right. So, Soren Agathar or Vonnie? Who am I going
Bonnie.
with? Okay, Vonnie. Continue what you were doing. What is it you want to do if since Morgan's been checked up on?
Since Morgan's been checked up on, everyone seems to be relatively okay. I'm guessing injuries have been tended to.
Yes.
Vonnie's just gonna, now that the situation is relatively over, is the um, contraption that Storm brought's just in the living room or no?
That is a sword question. I would imagine it's just on his person. Unless he says otherwise, that thing is on his person.
Yeah, he took it to his room.
Yep.
All right.
I mean,
Then
it's not
Vonnie
the
will.
first time you've disassembled a door to get to something.
Be the first, won't be the last.
Everyone, the rest of the main party seems to be occupied, so.
You have so many NPCs you can talk to. You have Amalia, you have Cinder, Ember, Ash, you have Eloise, Riven, Lana, Cecil, and Neatal's occupied. So yeah, you have like 8 people you can talk to. Chat one of them up. I beg of you.
Eloise was probably one to check up on, to be honest.
Yeah. Vonnie will go check up on Eloise since. Yeah. Above game, I don't think Vonnie knows of anything that's going on, what their main goal is.
All right, if you want. All right. So you go up to Eloise and you see that she's currently sipping on a cup of tea and she is positioned next to Morrigan. Not like right next to her, but within like eyesight of her.
Everybody is piled up on top of her.
Everyone is
Like
stockpiled.
Anna is lording over her right now, basically being her chair.
Visibly, like, at the point where I was, like, almost sweating at how many eyes are on her.
But Eloise has eyes on her for other reasons. And she doesn't take them off of her as you approach. Yes, Bonnie, what's up?
Eh,
What are you, wanting?
just seeing how you're doing.
Doing as well as I can, considering. Do you like some tea?
I'm fine with my current food. As Vonnie just holds up the small bag.
She nods. Okay. So, if, suppose there's that. How are you doing?
I was relatively untouched in that whole conflict.
She nods. That's good.
Still have no clue what's going on, so.
Well, if you don't mind a long tale, you can sit here and I'll explain it to you.
Yeah, nothing else much to do. Unless I want to go continue working in the shop.
She nods. And as you kind of like take a seat beside her, she doesn't look away from Morrigan, but she does kind of like give your hand a small pat. Well, I suppose to explain, you have to go back a little bit. Me and Morrigan come from a circle of traveling druids. Tribe, really. Of halflings and the like. We're all, Corvanthropes. We traveled between Vitrium and Vuori for the better part of our lives, but one particularly rough day, we were in Vuori when we were attacked by a paladin order that sought to eradicate everyone there because we were lycanthropes of a degree.
Sounds like inserts company name that Vonnie definitely knows, but player is forgetting the name of at the moment.
Believe they were called the Order of Sunlight or something like that.
It sounds familiar.
It's fine. Anyway, she nods. Morrigan managed to escape while I was captured by them, along with others. She survived by running away from their hounds and their searchers, and made her way elsewhere. Me, I survived by the sacrifice of my magic mentor, summoning a pit fiend to kill everything there. Make my escape afterwards.
Sounds like something they would do.
She nods. In a way, we both harbored resentment towards the Vuorian king and his knight order, at Vuori in general. But my journey was a bit more interesting, I suppose. I found out the location of one of our family's killers. I tracked him down. I found him. I watched him. Waited. I waited for weeks, plotting, scheming. But whenever it came down to it, whenever I had him dead to rights, he said two words that unraveled my opinion of him. He apologized. Told me how wrong he was. How wrong the order was.
As she is talking, you can just she's talking. You can just see the knit of her brow grow, just the snarl grow across her face.
Oh look, you're finally awake.
Eye creaks, like one of her eyes creak open to stare at her.
I see you've met him too.
Just turns to look away from her.
Feel free to be as childish as you want, Morrigan. People can change.
Who cares?
I do. I assume you had one conversation with him. I didn't have just one. I had a fair few. You know what we're fighting up against?
Doesn't answer.
We're fighting against archaic liches that have been hiding among their own populace with their twisted ideals, slowly pushing things towards extremism. Apparently the king wants to be one as well.
Oh, that's news. Hmm.
I also like how I got to answer despite myself being gagged.
I mean, the message cantrip exists.
How was I gonna get that off?
Uh, you didn't have to. Eloise did.
Oh, okay. Sure. We'll retcon that into that.
She will reach over and ungag you. Not a spell, Morrigan. Anna is unappreciative of your efforts.
Anna's arms, they just hear from within her arms.
Just leans back. Morgan at this point still mostly resembles as she did in the last moments before she got brought back into the cart, but her skin is slowly tinging green and her hair is starting to darken. Like it matters.
It does. People can change, Morrigan. Societies can change. It just takes leaders to point it in the right direction. It takes understanding and empathy, not just hatred, anger.
She turns her gaze away, doesn't answer.
You can pretend, Normie, pretend that I'm not right. I am. But don't want to see it. She'll then turn back to you, Bonnie. She'll you. 2 seconds. Not that. Not that.
100, 100, 100.
Yeah. At any rate. Yeah. I'm trying to mess with the thing real quick. Mess with the setting. Anyway, it's fine now. As I was saying, she looks over to you. Anyway, as I was saying, over the next month or so, me and him talked, and we came to an understanding. He told me how to destroy his order. And that's what I plan on doing. That and replacing the king with someone who is more empathetic towards non-humans and people that live outside the normal means of Vuori and living.
Rather difficult.
Yes, very. More difficult than just blowing up a bunch of cities and calling it a day.
Kind of looks over her shoulder with a sneer. Or more like a scowl before turning back away.
Well, it is possible for that too, but nonetheless, continue.
Oh, that's really it. I can't speak for Morrigan's experience, but that was mine.
Yeah, that sounds like them. Had a few run-ins with them every now and then. Pricks, a lot of them.
He nods. Yeah, well. I'm sure we'll figure things out. We had to leave
Yep.
the prince and our associates behind to come and deal with this situation. And that's delayed things further. Tell me, Morrigan, did you know that for the past 2 weeks or so, ch-ldr-n has been trying to talk to the Vuori king?
Doesn't receive an answer.
Yeah, that's right. Nothing else to say. No foresight beyond your own desires. I was thinking you were a divination protege or something like that.
Prodigy.
It's the same difference. Tomato, tomato.
No, it isn't. She only speaks to correct them.
She'll poke you in the forehead.
Ah.
You're awake. I suppose everyone else can be brought in to have a discussion with you. Or, more accurately, talk at you. Since you don't seem so keen on answering our questions. Or talking back at the very least.
Just sneers at Eloise.
She rolls her eyes. And she'll, reach 2 fingers into her tea, pull them out when they're wet, and she'll flick droplets on your face.
Just spits in her face. Just a whole loogie.
She'll press to get clean, and then she'll point at you, and then you'll feel your shirt begin to just soak with water.
It's already soaked with water. We were in a torrential downpour.
You're right. Then it will freeze.
Now,
So much worse.
There's like this. Still has a desperate smear, but there's a chatter to her teeth.
now, you two. Enough of that. And Vonnie will press the Morrigan clean and dry.
You have to make the ice. You have to make the shirt not ice again.
That ain't that hard. Let's see. What do I got?
Do you have shape
Smite
water?
works.
Uh,
I have an idea. Just put her in a boiling pot. That'll work.
yeah. Sure. I'll just slowly
Sure.
melt.
pour the tea on her.
Hey, yo, wait. I'm joking.
I'll just slowly warm Mori up using heat metal on the sword and just using as a fucking heat lamp.
Burning
Okay.
smite.
Slowly burning yourself alive while you try Morrigan off. All right. I mean,
Taking,
you
constant
don't
fire damage.
you don't need to do that. Like the second you're like, what am I gonna do about this? Eloise just like rolls her eyes and she'll unfreeze Morrigan's shirt and then pull the water out of it herself.
Just as Vonnie brings down a burning smite.
Believe it or not, I do have that prepared too.
She'll go over to, or she'll look over to Riven and just say, Riven, you can go get the other two. And he'll be like, sure thing, Eloise. And that's when we will cut to what Agathar and Soren are doing. Now, Soren, are you meditating right now?
Yes, he is.
Okay, how long have you been meditating for, bud?
Pretty much ever since they got back to the caravan.
Okay. Eyes closed? Question mark.
Yes.
Okay. Continue.
So, oh, sorry.
So I was sorry. When they got into the room, Ekathar insisted to tend to Soren's wounds while he meditated.
Yeah. Okay, and he won't stop you from doing it. He is just going to kind of take a deep sigh and just say, "Sorry, Aki, I've got some decision making to do."
You have nothing to be sorry about. No, just take off your damn shirt.
Spicy.
He's he sighs again and reaches under and pulls the shirt off from over his head and just kind of like casually tosses it off to the side. And this is about when Agathar notices that the gray parts of Soren's fur have kind of a tinge, have kind of like a shiny tinge to them.
Shiny.
Yeah, like it glimmer, like it glints light.
Mm-hmm. You're glowing a little bit.
An eye opens. He goes, "I'm sorry."
Oh, your gray fur is shiny.
He looks at his arm and notices it and says, "Huh. This ain't from water either." And he runs a hand over his arm and then like pulls it back and goes, "Why is it solid?"
Solid. Agathar will touch the gray parts of his fur, just try to see what that feels like.
And as you get close to him, you notice that there's like a circle that's starting to form underneath him that's slowly spreading out. It's basically the wood transmute or the floor under him transmuting from wood to silver.
Soren?
Oh, what? And he looks down and catches it and then runs a finger over it and says, "What is All right, one second." And he puts his hands back together, closes his eyes, and meditates a little bit, and then the circle starts to recede, and his fur goes back to normal.
You can. Could, do you. Is. Can you not control your transmutation thing?
I don't. I'm still. Well, I just got it about a few weeks ago. I'm still trying to learn how to keep handle on it. But
Well, it kind of seems like it's acting on its own.
no, it ain't. The I'm trying to decide what to do about Mori, and I think it might be reacting to my knowledge that she's vulnerable to silver.
It is. Slowfang is just there. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I mean, we're used to it by now.
Yeah, I mean, it's to be expected. Well, I guess that isn't surprising. Well,
I there
go
are
ahead.
there are there are a few choices here that I have to choose between, and one of them is best possible choice. Two are difficult for me to even consider.
Yeah. know what to do. In that moment that I did want to end her, but I don't know anymore. Maybe whatever Renswa saw, Renswa wouldn't have kept her alive if she didn't see something. And I trust her judgment.
I trust hers as well. But I don't. I am hoping she's right because I don't. Like I said, I don't even want to consider the other two options.
He will walk to the front of Soren. And look up at him. Then don't.
He's kneeling down, so.
Yeah. I mean, you're still taller than he is, even when you're
true.
now.
Agathar's like 2 feet tall.
Yeah, Agathar was a buck and a half.
Alright, sorry.
You're good. Don't consider it then. You don't need to do that.
Hey, what do you think I'm considering?
Taking matters in your own hands?
In what way?
Just ending her.
That was one of the options. The other is leaving.
His eyes widen softly. Leave?
You saw what she was about to do. You saw what she was about to consider. She was about to do something horrible. She was about to murder thousands who knew nothing of her past, nothing of her problems, who had nothing to do at all with it. It was one of the most dishonorable things you could even consider doing. And God, Zaki, I can't. If she's going to continue traveling with us, then she has to change, or I can't stay. I can't continue traveling with a murderous witch who will just murder thousands on her own, just out of the blue, off a whim almost. And I won't feel good helping her. I helped her.
You didn't know. She tricked all of us.
Right. I didn't know, but the only thing I can do is what can be done in response.
Soren, I don't I don't I don't blame you. That thought peaked in my mind also, but I can't leave Francois. I can't leave her.
Why should you guys leave for her mistakes?
You're right.
I can give you a reason for me. Because who knows when she's going to try something like this again. Who knows when she's going to trick me and redirect any assistance that I give her into committing another atrocity.
And we can't let her leave on her own. She's too dangerous.
Hmm.
That hatred is just gonna spew it again.
Then give me your mark.
He stares at her, then looks at the ground. I want to see if she's learned anything. I want to see. I want to see if she's the same or she's whatever that was in her that Ransoa managed to get out. I want to see if that's there. If that's what this Morrigan is. Soren.
Well, you can't see that for yourself if you leave. Same for you, Soren.
Soren remains quiet for a few seconds before responding. I can stick by and see, and everything that I'll be doing will still be helping her.
We stopped her already. She has nothing left. No more gambits, no more tricks, no more plans. This was it. She put everything into this. She's out of options. You're not helping her to hurt people.
I suppose there's still a bit more I need to see before I ultimately decide. He unfolds his hands and places them on his lap and says, "Fine. I will stick around for at least a week and see what she is, who she is, how she is. But the moment she starts to turn, then I'll have to decide."
You won't need to.
You sure?
Yeah. I was already thinking of it.
No. The second you decide to leave, Soren, you won't have to. Morrigan won't be an issue anymore. I'll make sure of it.
Soy.
I don't want you making that decision just for me.
No, it's not just for you. Agathar cares for you. Ergo, I care about you. Ergo, if that woman is causing you such pain and strife, then she will not exist anymore.
That's not any better. That would still be you killing her because her very presence detests me.
You said it yourself.
Danger
You're not
still.
sure as to if she would or would not perform another event like this. Therefore, I am
Soren.
eliminating the possibility in totality.
I really don't want you to go.
I don't want to go either, Aggie.
Then
I
don't.
love... Like I said, 1 week. I'll give her a week. And we'll see how truly dearest I am to her.
Hmm. Fang is going to pull out a small slip of paper and press into the palm of your hand.
Soren's hand?
Yes.
He takes it and looks at it.
It's blank.
He flips it over.
Still blank.
What is this?
In 7 days, if you decide not to leave, rip it in half. And that's all she
doesn't answer.
says as she
That
disappears.
doesn't answer my question. God damn it.
You know what it means, Soren.
He folds it up and puts it into his pocket.
Before you fold it up, you notice that there are almost imperceptibly faint lines on it.
While he's folding it or before it starts folding?
Before he starts folding it.
Okay. He puts it into his pocket and says, I ain't sure how to take this. I don't want you killing her just to keep me here.
Soren. Avoiding. Leaving doesn't solve anything. If you leave and she's still around, then you're just leaving me with her.
And I know you'd be able to handle her. I wouldn't leave her with anybody else, honestly.
You think I can handle her, Soren? I can't handle. I can't handle her. I can't. She paralyzed me for 8 hours in a train car when I was alone with her. You saw what I tried to do with her. Everything that I did, she just avoided. Soren, I can't handle her. That's not the point. You're just gonna abandon me? Like with Valen did?
This causes Soren's hands to just grip his pants, and he just kind of sniffles and goes, "No way, that's different."
How was that different? It feels the same. You're just leaving me. You know I want to go, but I can't. I have to stay with Renswell because first Morrigan left and the Valen left.
His grip tightens on his pants, and he's just there, just, God damn it, Aggie. And then his grip loosens, and he just suddenly reaches out and grabs Agathar and just pulls him close. And he's just softly crying, goes, "You know I can't say no to you. So why do you have to make this so hard?"
Agathar is shaking. He is shaking as he just cries into you. The thought of Valen left but came back. He took that hard because he needed his brother. The thought of Morrigan left was a shock to him, but to have Soren leave really hurt. As he's just clinging to you, shaking and crying. Like he's clutching at you, like almost like someone trying to prevent someone from leaving.
And Soren is starting to cry himself, and he's just holding Aggie close, and just goes, "All right, okay, okay, Aggie, all right, all right, all right, Aggie." You've thrown another variable into this. My decision making, I suppose.
I'm sorry. I don't. This is so fucking selfish of me. I, I don't. I'm so, so scared. This goddamn family's falling apart, and I can't do anything to save it.
All right. If you can, then if you can't, maybe we can. You can't do everything by yourself, Aggie, and maybe, I don't know, maybe me wanting to leave is selfish of me too. Just that woman has stained my honor so badly.
You stopping her. You stopping whatever she was doing. That should have been enough to bring your honor back. You're not helping her anymore.
No, I ain't helping her anymore. She's got a lot to prove to me. But I just don't want to hurt you, Aggie. And you're right, it would actually be no different. Valen left because of something he saw was irredeemable and awful, and I'd be leaving for the same reason, because of something I saw was irredeemable and awful. So I'll I'll
I'm
stay,
sorry.
Aggie. I'll stay. You talked me into it, love. You talked me into it, Muffin.
He just nestles deeper into Soren. Um, just still cleaning to him. Even his appendages unfurl and just wrap around Soren's chest also. Um, it's just this desperate, just utter like desperate to try to keep him here.
And Soren is just like clutching him close to him as well, just
Mm-hmm.
not letting go. The strength, almost like the strength of the belt of Blue Dragon strength, almost like following through, even though he's not wearing it right now. Like small cracks in Aggie's skeleton.
Yeah, that's okay. You fix it.
It's okay. Yeah, I was about to say he can fix them.
I have rubber bones.
I have a question for you, though, Soren.
And that is.
Do you keep the paper?
Mm, no, she said if Soren decides to leave to tear the paper.
No, if he decides not to leave.
Oh. Yeah, he takes one arm from around Aggie and puts it into his pocket and takes out that piece of paper that Soy had and uses and essentially like puts it in his teeth and uses that to tear it in half and pulls with his right hand to tear it in half.
You'll notice that the faint lines have gotten a bit longer and wider and rounder. They seem to be forming something.
Oh, okay. This is before he tears it, right?
Yes.
What is he able to recognize that?
Roll for me a history check at advantage because you have the twins.
Next time you try this, you're dead.
17.
It looks vaguely like Morrigan. Like you have like the faint outline generic head shape where the eyes would be, a ponytail starting to form maybe. Like you don't recognize it at first. It takes you a couple seconds as the sketch fills in a bit more, but it looks like her. Or it's starting
No,
to at the very least.
no color.
But no color. Do you rip it?
Yeah, he's going to, while keeping his left arm clutching Agathar close, he uses his right hand to place one half of it, like, in between his incisors, and he bites down and just tears it in half.
Alright. As you tear it in half, you watch as the lines on the half in your hand slowly retract and fade away as you feel a connection break.
He spits out the other half and just then continues clutching Agathar.
Aggie, hearing the paper tear, he thinks he's pretty sure he knows what it means as he clings the sword tighter and just starts crying again.
All right. After a minute or so, there's a knock on the door.
And Soren doesn't like pull Aggie away. He just like rolls back onto his feet and stands up with Aggie still clutched to him.
Yeah.
and just walks to the door with little Aggie papoose on in front of him.
Yeah. Little shivering kobold.
Do you open it?
No, he's gonna stop at it and go, "Who's there?"
It's Riven. Eloise wanted me to come and get y'all since Morrigan woke up a little bit ago.
All right, we'll be down in a minute. Thank you, Riven.
Yeah, I figured. You'll then hear receding footsteps.
Are you ready to go confront her, Aggie?
Give me
Or do you
second.
need a minute?
I'm gonna need a minute.
Okay, we want that minute with me?
He nods.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
All right.
So he's going to. So Soren is going to use a sending scroll to send to Riven and basically say, like, actually, we're going to need a minute.
I figured. Take your
Wasting
time.
a whole scroll to just like pop the door open and be like, "Be a minute." God damn, the money of this crew is just astronomical.
I know, right?
Excuse me, miss, who was the one that bought this caravan?
So yeah. And as you two basically go back into the room and kind of lay down the bed for a little bit, neither of you notice, but the two paper scraps are gone. And we will jump forward about 30 minutes?
I think it takes,
An hour?
30 minutes sounds good.
30
I think
minutes?
that's
Okay.
enough time for him to compose himself.
All
3
right.
days.
3 days.
It took you 3 days to compose yourself. 3
He's
days!
3
emotional.
days to make this potato salad.
He's emotional.
So yeah,
It's a very sad potato salad.
after roughly 30 minutes, Renswa, for you and Neatal, the conversation in the corner of the room has gone silent between Eloise and Morrigan. And Neatal's just kind of like poking you about, different fungal facts, trying to be genuinely interested. And basically, after a couple minutes since Riven goes up, he comes back down. He's like, there'll be a minute, probably more than a couple. And then, the rest of you guys kind of all make your way down little by little. And that is that. Eventually, you all find yourselves downstairs.
I think Morrigan is like has scooted herself as much into a corner as she can.
That is fine. Eloise is still staring you down the whole time. You're no longer gagged, but she's still looking at you.
And my arms are tied behind my back.
Yes. But if you recall, there are certain spells that are verbal only.
She's not stupid.
I know, but she's still looking at you. She's still watching you. And as each of you guys comes downstairs, Eloise looks to you, Agathar, then you, Soren, then you, Vani, and then to Rensois as well. Alright. She's awake and everyone's here. If you have any grievances you wish to air, you may do so.
I think Morrigan kind of speaks up after that. She doesn't look up. Why am I still here?
Because Winstraw has allowed it.
Neatal chimes in, and she'll look to Renswall for approval when she says this, but she'll say, "Yeah, your ex said you could live."
Francois says nothing.
Okay.
She has had this conversation with Mori.
She breathes a sigh of relief that she didn't mess up.
So is this the Queen of Thorns, or are we looking at the real Morrigan? Or was the real Morrigan the Queen of Thorns?
I cleaved myself, twain, so would not back down. The name was just something flowery.
More like a rose-like than anything else.
Briar.
And when did this cleaving in twain happen? Was it recent or was it a long time ago?
3 days in.
So 3 days ago. Aggie, you have anything you want to say to her?
He's just staring at Morrigan.
She's not looking up at anyone. She's on the floor with her gaze is on the floor beside her.
You have nothing to say.
Hangs her head deeper. What could I say? There isn't really a phrase, a turn of words that is going to take any of this away.
No. No, there's not. There are words that can lead to things being fixed. Apologies.
Yeah.
Admitting you fucked up.
Neatal.
To name a few.
Exactly. You could say you were sorry, you prideful bitch.
Neatal?
Yep. Sorry.
Agatha just looks at Neatal,
Yeah,
just with
Rincewild
his
also.
eyes.
Soren hasn't said anything, but he's kind of like his head hasn't moved. Nothing about his body has moved. except his eyes, which are now just fixed squarely on Neatal.
Yeah, everybody literally just eyes immediately snap to Neatal.
she just sinks in herself. Sorry. Trying to help.
Now Soren's eyes go back to Morrigan.
Leaving is a common thing. When one is at odds with themselves, it requires their anchor to be strong. They will resort to cleaving themselves. At odds with my decision. I was already too deep to back out.
That's bullshit.
You're wrong, Mori. You could always have backed out.
I think it's so decades of this could be snapped out of existence in a few months.
So what? The effort you put in over those decades were more important than anything else. Even us.
But that
Even Renswa.
gave you everything I have.
Thinks that's
No.
good enough.
You gave material things.
Mori,
The
in
things we
your
wanted were friends and trust. Trust in us, trust in you. Things that have been broken both ways. I should think that you would know that the material is far less important than anything else. And she just stares pointedly at Mori. Your little protective mindscape. The things that you held dear, the things that you wanted to protect, the things that were important to you. I didn't see revenge. I didn't see vengeance. I saw people. The things that you hold dearest and the things that you wanted to protect the most are people. And it's those same people that you decided to harm through your own action.
Just sags deeper.
Mori, in your note when you left that compass for me, you called me dearest Soren. You remember that?
Nods a little.
Can you even understand why that would be like a slap in the face to me when you didn't even consider anything I have told you, anything I said to you, anything I told you about this horrible ordeal? How much it hurt to be called to see that note after you've left to follow through with your insane plan. Because it felt so empty. It felt so it felt so pointless. It felt so cheap. Was I really ever that dear to you?
Just her head raises a little, not enough to look at anyone. all of you dearly.
Then look at us in the eye.
And why didn't you consider what we had to say to you about this whole thing? Even Renswa! What this all sounds to me like is you say we're dear to you, and I believe that to a point, but we apparently weren't dear enough to you to counterbalance the 10 years of effort you put into this whole thing. That was more important, apparently.
Just silence.
And
She
you
just sags.
So Soren is going to approach Morgan and just kind of like kneel down and put a finger under her chin and try to like angle it up so he can look her in the eye.
She fights you a little.
Look at me, Morgan.
Please.
Look at me.
You see the green tinged face, red hair slowly turning raven as her face is looking at you, but her eyes are still drawn. She does have tears soaking her cheeks.
You said she's like starting to turn greener, or
She she has a tinge of green to her skin, and her hair is turning
uh,
darker.
he says to her, "Do you remember when I made you that promise back in Mirzai? I may not have directly stated it, but I implied it. I also implied it after we fought Raymir that first time. Do you remember what that promise was?"
Out of character. There's been a lot of time since Mirzai.
Yeah, but does the player not remember? Or...
Me, I don't remember. Morrigan would. I don't have a 20 in intelligence.
Well, he promised her first when they fought Raymir. He painted her a picture after she told them a little about herself. Now she was being hunted. He used his calligraphy and Heiho to basically paint her a message that said, "If you're being hunted, send me after them, and the hunters will become the hunted," or something along those lines. Basically saying that he would do everything he could to get the hounds off of her.
Oh.
And then in Mirzai, after learning the truth of what happened and hearing of the plan, he promised her to help her find her revenge, but not in the way that she had originally planned. But he did promise to help her find her revenge.
And she kind of just weakly nods.
He removes his hand from her chin and he just says, "That promise still stands. But we do it right. We do not involve those who are not involved who are not already involved. We do not murder innocents in doing this. We do it right, or we do it not at all. And if you can promise me that, you have my blades, as I promised."
You'd be a fool to trust me again.
Who said anything about trust?
Trust me, Mori, you have a lot to prove to me. And it's going to take a while before I fully trust you. So we're starting back at square one because of your actions. but I'm willing to give you yet another chance against my better judgment.
Has like a deep breath. Not a real answer.
And Soren just like heaves a sigh and just stands up and walks away and sits down at the table. And he doesn't say anything else.
Agathor will step up, not as close to Soren. And he's gonna look at her and say, "We never anticipated you just giving up all your anger. I'm not dumb enough to realize that that thing doesn't happen just overnight, nor will it ever happen. But what I do expect you is to not face that struggle alone. And take it from me, someone who doesn't know how to do anything but by themselves. We said all we could to try to stop you before it happened, and it was clear that it wasn't gonna happen, so now it seems like you're out of options. You know, I really... Do you know, you didn't just betray my trust, or Rensoir's, or Soren's. You took something from me. Hearing the little pitter-patterings of little feet down these halls of this caravan that you love to call home. The excited chatterings of young ones wanting a treat. Maybe one that needs a bedtime story from their aunt. The excited little yips of Auntie Mori, teach me magic. Auntie Mori, teach me how to cook. Auntie Mori, read another story. You took that from me. And I was so excited for that. Excited to see someone who built me up so much just to rip the ground out from under me. I will never forgive you for that. But that does not mean that I am not willing to help you get actual, real change. And like Soren said, we do it right by targeting the actual heart of the problem. I don't have anything else to say to you. I wish I did. But I promise you this. The moment you have an inkling, a thought of trying some of that shit again, you won't even make it out of the door. I don't know what I want anymore.
You definitely see like a twinge of pain. She can't look at you.
Mm-hmm.
But when you start mentioning stuff about the kids and her being called an aunt, there's a twinge of pain that crosses her face. She doesn't really respond otherwise.
Mm-hmm. You have a lot to think about. And for your sake, I sure hope you learned your lesson. Because I've shed enough tears for you. And he's gonna take Belle, and he's gonna look at Soren. Is it can you tell from Soren that Soren would like Agatha around?
I mean, Soren would always like Agatha around,
Yeah,
but he understands. But he also knows that Soren would understand if Agatha needs to peace for a second.
yeah. I mean, Belle is also in need of repair. He is going to walk over to Soren, and use the appendages to get him up to eye level. And he's gonna hug him by the neck. I'm gonna fix Belle. See if add some things to her. You know where to find me. If you need anything, just let me know.
Soren's gonna like put a hand behind Agatha and bring him close and to assist in the hug, and he'll say, "Do you want me to help you?" I ain't got anything else left to say either.
It's up to you. I wouldn't. It's up to you. It's probably gonna involve a lot of blood.
He just smiles and says, "I'm considering my occupation and trade. I think I'm a bit used to it."
Okay. You can come if you want. And he looks towards Rensois, and he is going to use his appendages to walk his little ass over to her, and he'll attempt to give her a hug also. Does she accept it?
Yeah, she'll kneel down and wrap him up in a hug.
Yeah, he'll hug her tight. Love you, sis. I'll be in my room if you need me.
Love you too, little brother.
He smiles. He looks at Neatal for a moment. He's going to.
She looks like she looks like she wants to say stuff, but she's also just like hyper aware of everyone in the room looking at her.
You know what? He's gonna thieves' cant something.
Oh, okay. Oh boy, I'm getting a DM, aren't I?
Yeah, you sure are.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
No, this is short and sweet.
Okay. Let me get a thing for that. Hold on. Hey Rensois, what's your passive insight?
My passive insight.
Yeah, your passive insight.
What the hell happened there?
No need. Right. Neatal visibly blanches, just like, yeah, sure, I understand.
Agatha just gives her a smile.
It's 18 anyway.
Natural ones are natural ones.
There.
So Soren would notice it too?
Do you speak yeah, I mean, you would notice it, but...
You don't speak thieves' cant. You know what he said?
You don't
No,
speak thieves'
no.
cant, but...
Well, no, but does he notice Neatal blanching?
Yes, he does.
Okay. He doesn't say anything about it.
She's gonna look over to you and she's like, I would ask if you wanted to hang out with your brother, but you'd probably go with your boyfriend. Yeah, go. Yeah.
I'll be a little busy.
Is
Maybe
she
later,
is she
though.
saying that?
Yes, yes. She slips behind Renswall a little bit.
He will give a Rinso a little bit of a squeeze again, and then pull away before taking Belle, who looks disappointingly at Morrigan, before turning back away. As
By this point
as
in
they
time,
head up.
she has shed the skin suit.
Insight check on what Neatal said about wanting to hang out with her brother.
Cecil in the background just slowly.
17. I mean,
Just
like,
chewing on something.
she wanted to talk to you, but also she doesn't want to interfere with alone time with your boyfriend, who is very, who said something to her that made her second guess that.
How could someone so small be so scary?
So Sora just kind of like looks at her for a second and then looks over to Agathar and says, "I'll be up later," and then just gives him a kiss on the cheek.
Yeah, he'll kiss his cheek back. Sure, take your time. And he will head upstairs.
All right. Bonnie, are you doing anything in particular? Are you leaving the room? Are you going back upstairs? What are you doing?
Bonnie's just hanging out with everyone, seeing what anyone's doing.
Okay. Get to that in a sec. You see Agathar going upstairs. You see Soren going over to where Neatal and Renswall are. Are you wanting to interact with anyone in particular? What you wanting to do, buddy?
Just hanging around, seeing what everyone else has to say to Mori.
Well, Ribbon doesn't have anything to say. Lana is just kind of checked out. Eloise is just still watching her the whole time. She's already said her piece. Cecil, nowhere to be seen.
But neither is a skin suit.
Cecil's chewing on something.
Yeah.
Cecil's nowhere to be Cecil.
I will say, I will say, Agathar, if you go looking for the skin suit, it's gone.
Okay. That's later.
It's just two Agathars now, but one of them's real smiley.
Actually, yeah. You know what? He is gonna try to look for Cecil.
Joke's on you, they're both
See?
always smiley.
Seeing seeing that the skin suit is gone,
I mean, like, would you even know to see for it, or are you too invested
I would
elsewhere?
imagine. I mean, he was thinking about saving it for something because he was gonna ask Belle for like opinions and stuff. So he was planning on reusing it.
All right, well then you have to talk to Belle first,
Yeah.
because she's out of it right now.
Yep.
She changed out of it while you were up in the room with Soren tending to his wounds.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you basically go downstairs, you see that she's out of it, and you're,
Yeah.
and she's just following you upstairs like, "Brother,
Yeah.
are you sure you will be fine?"
I don't think I ever will be, but fine enough, I guess.
Don't worry, Father. If push comes to shove, me and Anna can take care of Morrigan.
I appreciate it, hon, but you won't need to. Where did you put the meat that I put on you?
Oh, I shed it in the living area, like an hour ago or so. I wanted to play chess, but I wanted to use my actual fingers.
And considering I didn't see it, where the fuck is Cecil?
Oh, you're right, it is gone. My apologies, Father, I should have brought it to you.
It's fine. I just have to
How-
get it back.
How could you just leave it here? You know Cecil's here.
I wasn't-
Meanwhile, in another room, I finally get this skin.
Yeah.
So yeah, as you kind of like, go hunting for Cecil. They're not hard to find.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you go in to one of the cleared out rooms, and you see them just currently sitting in a rocking chair, slowly rocking back and forth. They wave at you. Hello.
Give it back.
Hello. Hmm. Are you referring to the meat that was left behind?
Yes.
My apologies. It's gone.
The fuck do you mean it's gone?
It was delicious.
It what the. They just smile.
I do not have patience for your bullshit.
I know. But trust me, it's fine. You can make another one, can't you?
I don't trust you. Actually, I hate you. So tell me, where the fuck did you put the skin suit? Or the meat?
The meat is gone. That's all you need to know. I can't give it back to you even if I wanted to.
Shame. Cecil immediately loses privilege to see in the cart as he turns and walks out.
Oh, you think this will stop me from getting around, will you?
Yes.
How about I unalive you then?
Many people have tried in my years.
They're not me.
Oh, they aren't. You're a special case. And I love that about you.
I don't have time for this.
Hey,
He just...
Agathar.
What?
You say you don't have time for us, and that makes me worried. I could be a great boon to you.
You want to be a boon to me?
Of course. You are a kobold. I am a boon to all kobolds that provide me the right time of day, so to speak.
I was gonna say one thing, but I'm not gonna say it. Agathar just like that's a. Shut the fuck up, Cecil. I don't care about what you ever have to offer to me. I don't want anything about you.
Sad. Very sad to hear. But, you know, I do miss our conversations. I wish you would talk with me more.
And I wish you would shut the fuck up.
How are the children, Agathar? Are they well?
Damn, Cecil really wants to fucking die.
Can he this is probably not gonna go where can he tell if Cecil is trying to egg him on?
You may roll an insight if you wish.
Yep.
Ooh, okay.
Yep.
Agathar ain't having none of his shit.
All right, hell yeah, hell yeah. With a natural 20, you ascertain that Cecil is not trying to egg you on. He is simply... Sorry, they, my fault. I keep fucking that up. They are simply trying to make conversation.
They ain't good at it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, they're kind of shit.
Valen's better at this than he.
I was
doesn't
literally
know.
about to make that comment. Agathar just glares at Cecil
You get the feeling with a natural 20 that they really did miss talking to you. You've been so cold to them.
I wonder why. He
And you
turns back
also,
around.
sorry, I keep adding
No, go
things
for
on.
it.
You also get the sense that they do indeed genuinely want to be helpful to you because you are a kobold.
Yeah. Agathar turns fully back to look at Cecil.
The whole 360.
Yeah, he was like half walk, like gonna walk out with looking back, and now he's like turned back around again. Let me make something abundantly clear with you, Cecil. I have already said I do not like you, and there's not a damn thing that you can change to make me like you. I want nothing to do with you. I would much rather see you gone. Stop trying to talk to me, and don't bring up my family.
I'd rather talk to Morrigan.
You
I am not.
see, they pout. Aww. But Agathar would make such a great team. Don't you remember the team up we did?
Yeah, you would make a great team with a noose.
Hmm.
Shut up.
So violent. So angry. But you know what? Say what you will about me, you did learn, didn't you? You see, for all the shit I give you, what have I ever really done to you? What harm have I done? What anguish have I caused? Your friend Morrigan, or former friend Morrigan, has caused much more harm and strife than I ever have. I've been nothing but helpful, understanding even. I even
Understand
tried to
this.
help you find a way to help your lovely wife out. Have you read the book I gave you?
I've glanced at it. I already know about the possibility of what I've done. You don't think I'm trying to correct that?
Oh, I'm sure you. But at the same time, it was me who helped you.
Do you think that's help?
Of course. Why wouldn't it be? Wouldn't you want to know if you can truly trust someone, or if they're just magically inclined to be at your every whim? There's a real difference between the two.
I'm aware. It's the fact you're so goddamn creepy. You always want to touch me. You want my skin. I don't like it.
Well, Agathar,
And
help my
and
nature.
I know. But what I am upset is that you want to help the kobolds out so badly. And yet you've admitted that you've killed some. In cold blood, claiming they're just trying to prove strength. Do you really think that not allowing them to grow into their own strength is helping anybody? Even themselves? Maybe some people don't want that. Maybe somebody just wants to be. The kobolds are fine. They don't need you.
Cecil smiles. Oh, I beg to differ. Would you like to hear some testimonials?
No.
But they're from the source.
I don't care.
You make me sad, Agathar. Do you know why I've invested so much into you so far?
Because you think I'm the strongest. That's why you care. You think either you can use my strength for your own goals or whatever, advancing some kobold fucking bullshit. You don't care. You care because I'm useful.
They stand. I care because I see that you aren't living up to your full potential. I see that you have charisma, the guile, the cunning, the ruthlessness even. And you're not using it. At least not to the betterment of those that need it. Our kind have been relegated to being common rats in some countries. And yet, with someone that could truly lead, with someone that they could respect, with someone that could defend their rights, with someone like you, they could have their own nation. Tell me, do you not see the opportunity? Golden one sitting right before us. You want to take out ch-ldr-n. Yes?
I just want them to stop what they're doing.
Yes, but you know in your heart they will never stop until we cleft the heads from their bodies. But then, what happens next? What happens when ch-ldr-n falls and their empire crumbles to ash and blows away? In the face of time, there will be a vacuum of power there. A vacuum of power that you could fill. That I could help you fill. I have connections, Agathar. I don't want to use you. I want you to use me. I know so much more than you could anticipate. And I see that you could be so much bigger than you are. That's why I want to mold you into that. I want to help you.
You
Please.
really don't know me. You think I want to lead a whole kingdom? You really think that I want that? Do you really think that that is going to solve anything? You're just making another ch-ldr-n or another Vuori.
How am I doing that? I'm giving a place for the disenfranchised and the small to live in peace, to be their own society, to be their own power within the world itself. I'm giving them purpose. How can you not see that? How can you not want that? Haven't you ever been looked down upon? Haven't you ever been made to feel like you're small, insignificant, worthless outside of your own group of friends and your circle of comrades?
What I do is I try to inspire people to be more. Not just me, not just kobolds. I try to inspire everybody to be more than just themselves, to believe in themselves, to fight for themselves. I try to lift people up. I don't
Yes.
want to be a king. I don't want to have a kingdom. I don't want any of that.
But why not? It would give you the widest reach to reach the most people. It would give you the greatest opportunity.
I just want to be a husband. I just want to be a father. I don't want any more than that. Whatever you're trying to sell me, Cecil, I don't want any of it.
Ah. So small. Thinking so small. Like some of the others. But it's no matter. There's still time. We have time. We have a long time. I love you, Agathar.
Go to hell.
If only I could.
Agathar will give him one last glare before um before just giving Cecil one last look before walking back to his room, considering something.
As you leave, all you can hear from inside the room is a very sing-songy voice. We'll meet again. Don't know how, don't know when, but we'll meet again some sunny day.
He will go to his room and repair Cecil. My roommate just landed, so I need to go.
Perfect timing.
Literally, it's just like I saw the message, just like, okay, plane touched down, and I just looked at the clock. It's like, it's not 8 o'clock yet. Oh
All
shit!
right.
All right. I think though I will be right back.
So cool.
All right.
It'll take me like an hour in total to come back, so we'll see.
We got you.
Good luck.
Good, it's O'Hare. I'm gonna need it.
Oh God.
Isn't that a funny way for him to leave though?
Also, I really want to kill Cecil. All right, bye.
Oh,
Bro's
Wasn't it?
so done with Cecil shit, he has to leave the voice call.
He's dropping out of game.
no, I don't think he is. I think he forgot to drop.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. So, there's that interaction done. Hey, Soren, what are you doing, bud? Actually, well, we'll go to Vonnie first. Hey, Vonnie, what are you doing?
Okay.
Who you talking to?
I don't really know not anyone that comes to mind that Bonnie would wants to talk to at the moment.
Not even me.
Morrigan needs friends right now.
Well, Morgan doesn't seem to be in answering kind of mood.
Fair. And she
Ren-
spoke a little bit.
Yeah, true. But in general, just doesn't seem more like she was begrudgingly answered.
Oh,
Soren Rinsa and Neatal are well. don't know what's going on over there. Akthar said something, so then it's all. Hey,
Neotel's fine. She's fine. Don't worry about her. She'll be okay. Who knows? I certainly don't.
yeah, I can't think of anyone that Vonnie would really talk to.
Tragic. All right then. So, Soren,
EM.
who are you chatting up?
Well, I mean, Neatal apparently wanted to talk to Soren, so
Okay. So yeah. How do you approach that?
well, he's gonna let Agathar go and then just approach the two of them, Francois and Neatal. And he's going to say, "All right, you wanted to talk with me?"
I'm fine. You can go up there with your with your boyfriend.
It's fine. I don't get much opportunity to interact with my sister, so I've
Oh,
been honestly been wanting more of that.
oh, that's nice of you. Just kind of look over to Renswaw, and if Renswaw allows it, she'll hook an arm around her and pull her into like a half hug.
Yeah,
All right. So yeah,
she does not resist.
okay. She pulls Renswaw into a half hug and goes, "Yeah, well, me and Renswaw were training earlier, and I was wondering, how do you deal with exploded training bags?"
Exploded. Why?
Francois just looks up and away.
Renswaw's a bit stronger than she seems. A lot,
Is this still in the living room?
yes.
Okay.
It wasn't our only training bag, was it?
No, there's a couple more, but you know, it's exploded, lying on the ground, broken, semi-destroyed.
I ain't sure if the unseen servants are capable of repairing them.
Oh, good.
Morgan's head moves a touch.
Then you would want to go downstairs to the training room with me and Francois here to repair that, right?
Sure, I was actually thinking of asking you a favor. It
Sure.
would help. It would help me with my own training.
Well, what's up? What's up, bro?
Yeah, we can talk when we get down there.
Oh yeah, sure. And we'll kind of like steer Francois downstairs if she allows her to.
Yeah.
All right. And the three of you kind of like wander downstairs to the training area, and you can see a training dummy with the chain broken off, slammed into a wall a with a large, like what looks to be like a slash mark across one side from where a sharp impact hit it and basically cut it open with pure force.
Soren's just kind of like looking at it, and he looks at Rensois, then looks back at the destroyed training bag, then back to Rensois, and he says, "Right, I can understand where that came from. I'll go get one of the other ones." And he goes to get another training bag.
She just like kind of draws in herself sheepishly. I may or may not have been thinking of the Queen of Thorns.
I mean, it's fine. I understand. You know, I would probably be. You saw how angry I got whenever I stabbed that one dark thingy. He shrugs.
I mean, considering everything that's been going down, I don't think I can. I don't think I'd get mad at you for it.
Yeah. So, what'd you want to do? Or what'd you want to ask me about, brother?
Well, how accurate are you with striking implements?
Fairly.
Do you think you could go for something very vulnerable on a person's body at will?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you need me to rephrase, or are you having trouble believing what I
No, no,
just
no,
asked
no.
you?
Ask again.
Oh, how easy is it for you to hit an incredibly vulnerable spot on another body?
Fairly easy. More easy if it's humanoids than it is on monstrosities and the like. But it's dependent on how aware they are of me. What implement I'm using.
Grab his dick and twist it.
But
Twist that dick.
I'm pretty accurate.
All right. So, and he gets into he says, "Well, I can ask you the favor after we talk about what you wanted to talk about."
Oh yeah. So gosh. I hope I didn't upset the two of you whenever I was trying to back run swap.
No, it was just we we had it handled for the most part. We did appreciate you wanted to help, and we do understand that you wanted to, and that's appreciated. But we had a lot we needed to say, so
Yeah, I understand. And sorry, Renslaw, if you felt that I was like undermining you or, you know, making you feel less or anything like that. Like you couldn't handle things on your own, because you certainly can. Obviously, she indicates over to the bag, which is currently being dragged away by an invisible servant.
at the same time, Soren is also pointing to the bag.
Yeah, very, very obvious. But I don't know. I just wanted to you know, give you a bit of backup and, you know.
I'll let you know if I need a hype woman. Okay?
Okay.
She just gives her like a soft smile.
Yeah, she'll blush and kind of like look away and scratch the back of her head. Yeah, it's sure thing. Hype woman is what I can be at a minimum. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that's really all I wanted to say. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't overstep anything or make anyone perma upset. That and uh brother is very terrifying. She looks to you, Renswa.
He can be.
Yeah, very. Especially when
He's
he's
easy to
angry.
underestimate.
Oh no, I would never underestimate him.
Some do. It's usually one of their last mistakes.
Yeah. Uh, I think I overheard Amalia talking about how he took out a captain from ch-ldr-n by himself.
Hmm?
He did indeed. It was. I wish I could have seen it, honestly.
Yeah, I wish I could have too. But sorry, you wanted to ask me something. The Do you want me to hit you in the vitals?
Soren basically just looks up at her and smiles and says, "As a matter of fact, I do."
Oh, okay. Um, Why?
Well, I'm trying to master an ability, and just meditating on it hasn't really helped. So, I think I need real life experience.
Uh-huh.
You know we don't have Valen with us to revive you if it goes wrong, right?
Hey.
Well,
I'm confident I can hold back enough.
well, if she's my sister, I fully believe that she can hold back well enough because I can. It's a bit of a restraint that's in the Olaroth family, right? And he just smirks.
To a degree in some places, yes.
All right. Anyways, he closes his eyes a little bit and then thinks, I should probably take this one step at a time. And his he will use his ring to cast Alter Self on himself, and acquire the Femsor from the Femsor mode.
Okay.
We need art for Femsor.
Hmm. Hmm.
I was thinking about it, but I don't really do that enough to warrant it. So
No, you do it enough. Come on. We need it. Don't worry about it. At any rate, so yeah, you basically you basically look at her and she's like, "Oh, huh. Yeah. Do you have to be in that form?"
it's something that I've only seen a woman do. So
Oh.
I'm trying to see how I can position myself to, well, transfer it over to my real form.
Ah, okay. All
I just
right.
imagine like I just imagine like Renswa and Neotal just like kind of like do that like turn to stare at each other like, do you know what the fuck he I don't know. Huh?
Yes. Anyway, Neotal is going to pull out a little she pulls out a butter knife. She flips it around a couple times in her fingertips and goes, "All right, all right."
And Soren gets into Yaido stance with left hand on the sheath of Migi and right hand over the handle, and just says, "Whenever you're ready."
All right. Renswell, would you like to stand on the other side of him?
Sure.
Thank
She will
you.
circle around to the back.
All right. And then she'll kind of like,
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
okay, what's that for? All right. So Neotal is going to settle into a stance, and she'll narrow her eyes, and she'll get this air to her, and then he strikes.
All right.
Does an 18 hit? No, sorry, does a
An
16
8.
hit?
No, a 16 does not hit.
Okay. No, wait,
But
sorry. It would be a 21, my fault, because she has advantage. I forgot.
21 does hit. Yes.
All right.
So you probably know what Soren's trying to do here, right?
Yeah, trying to deflect.
Trying to do that thing he saw Masaki do
Oh.
when he nat 20'd the
Yes.
the Arashi stance attack, and she negated the crit.
Yep.
That's what he's trying to get down.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. So your wisdom's so I need you to make me a wisdom check specifically.
Wisdom check. Bibbidi-boop.
I believe you have
13.
advantage because of your current form.
Okay. Ha! Yes.
Holy shit. All right. So, you watch as she settles into this stance, and then she strikes out at you. And almost as if it's in slow motion, you see the attack come in for your neck before her hand twists, flips, and the small knife falls out of her right hand. She catches it in her left, and she thrusts for your heart instead. And in that instant, you manage to pull your blade and turn the attack away from your chest. And she misses.
Neat.
And she's like, "Oh, pretty good."
Does she like stumble? Does she like stumble a little bit, or is she still on her feet?
She stumbles a little bit, but she's not like thrown off balance.
Okay. So yeah, Sora's just kind of sitting there, just like amazed that he got it, and so much so that he loses his concentration on the altar self, and
Goes back to normal.
actually, yeah, he goes back to normal, and he says, "I can't believe that worked."
Neither can I.
So would Soren have a firm understanding of how the technique works?
You wouldn't have a firm understanding of how the technique works, but what you do understand is that to deflect an attack like the one you threw out requires very quick reflexes, and it requires you knowing your opponent exceptionally well.
Something he does not with Neatal yet. Okay.
It's
Alright.
one of those things of, it's in this moment you realize that Master Misaki, although she could presumably do that with anyone else, it was far easier for her to do it with you because she trained you. She knew exactly where you were aiming, how you were going to swing, and all she had to do was flick you ever so slightly off your course. And your attack was negated.
Alright. So he clicks Migi back into the sheath and then turns to Neatal and says, "Right. That taught me quite a bit. I appreciate you trying to kill me," he says with a smirk.
Well, I mean, I wasn't trying to kill you too hard. She twirls the butter knife in her hands.
Well, if you did, then you'd have a valid excuse for it. I asked for it. I literally asked for you to kill me, or try to kill me.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Although, if I really wanted to, I would have used this. And she pulls out the handle that you guys saw her use during the fight. It is what appears to be a plain, dark wooden handle with no visible features along it.
Would Soren know what that is? I think I know what it is.
If you would like, Soren, you may roll a history check. And I'll make the DC
Advantage
lower
or-
for you because you're a swordsman. Okay.
19.
You would know that there are weapons called sunblades that basically are just handles until someone actually uses them, activates them, then they become blades in and of themselves. This one, however, has a unique design to it, it seems. It isn't...
Right, you only said handle.
Yes, it isn't a... it doesn't look like a sunblade handle. It looks like it's a sunblade inspired thing.
Yeah, you said just handle, but I was thinking wakizashi.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but that's not what it is.
Yeah, and if you would, if you want, you could ask her about it.
he smirks as he sees it, and he just points at it and goes, "Where did you get that?"
Me?
No, no, Morrigan. Yes, you.
Oh, well, me? Girl never reveals her secrets, and she'll, twirl it, and then, holster it again. If you want, though, I could show you a little bit about it.
Maybe later. I think Agathar's expecting me.
Alright then.
But
Also, very minor aside, with that history check, you would remember she did use this weapon during the fight. Um, the blade itself, it looks like someone has a eclipse portal in the shape of a blade. It is a pure black blade with a white rim around it.
The dark sword from
Shut it.
taking you in, dead or alive.
Called the Dark Saber. Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, that is yeah. Anyway, yeah, that is that.
And Soren will thank her for her assistance in this.
All right.
And probably try to go and give her a hug, but then stop after realizing that she probably doesn't know him well enough to do that, or see him that much.
She'll see you hesitate, and then she'll just kind of like grab you and say, "Come here." She'll just give you a hug.
And he'll return the hug and say, "Hey, thanks, sis."
Anything for you, big bro.
Hey, I'm here for you too. You know that, right?
She nods.
We're family.
Obviously.
And he breaks and nods and heads back upstairs.
She nods again. Francois, do you have any
Nod,
comment?
nod.
No.
Okay. With that, I believe that we will just call this day a close.
I had a little thing I wanted to do.
Oh, what was that?
Everyone has left the main room. I am alone with Eloise and a skeleton.
And Lana.
And Lana, who is also present.
Yes.
There's just this long quiet. As Morrigan's just sat there. She's in a slightly more comfortable position now that she's not being badgered. What is it? Your anchor. Your anchor.
Oh. For my craft.
She stares at them.
Justice.
Just this is not an emotion.
You know that feeling of vindication one gets whenever they feel as if justice has been served? The feeling of righteousness. That sense that you have done the right thing. Or that you have helped the right people. That is what justice is to me.
I'm sure it has a proper name.
It might.
Leans back into the pillows with a huff. It's so easy for you.
It wasn't.
Clearly, it was easier for you.
It wasn't.
If like a slow head turns to them, which of us is currently living on the thread that these people still believe there is something redeemable in me? And which is currently in the best of sorts? Know
Just
where I
because
stand.
just because I'm in a better position now doesn't mean it was easy to get here.
But you
Killing
did.
someone. Killing someone's far easier than it is to forgive them.
Huffs.
Burning something down, salting earth. It's easy to destroy, harder to grow. Especially in barren wastelands where stuff should not grow. You would know this if you paid attention in Mom's classes.
Gruffs. Forgive me if I found my aunt bookish at the time.
She did enjoy her books.
She goes from having that sort of like defiant scowl to kind of just softening and looking sad again. Don't know what's in one's subconscious until you are thrust into it.
No, it won't.
It's nice.
What was it like?
Looks away. Was home. What should have been home.
What can still be home, Morrigan? But you know
Living in
what?
a delusion.
It might be a delusion for you, but that doesn't mean it can't be real. The first step on the path to redemption is admitting that you were wrong. And being better.
There's this like moment where her brow knits really hard before she like pulls into almost a snicker. Oh, I was never right. Honestly think my decisions were made in belief that what I was doing was just. No, I'm a monster.
You were. But you've changed. I can sense that much.
Sags.
You remember back when we first met again?
I tried to take your head off, yes.
You did. But you know what my craft was saying about you?
Angry. Vengeful.
It was saying you were on.
Disrespecter of D.
It was saying that you were close to a path to do something that would cause me to have to kill my own sibling. That's why I talked with you. Why I gave you tea. Why I tried to understand, empathize.
Kind of juts her lower jaw a little as she looks away again. forward, not directly at her. Seems every thread of fate and standing had some leeway to push and pull me in some direction. It's felt like I've never had any choice in the matter.
You
This
always
felt
have a
like
choice. You always had a choice in the matter, Morrigan.
Doesn't feel like.
Are you saying that people should allow one to commit atrocities?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm glad I was stopped. Some way.
Well, maybe if you're glad you got stopped, you should stop acting like a kicked puppy.
Give me, if in the last 21 years of my life have been wasted.
Not necessarily.
All this loss and sacrifice I have made to get here. For this hollow shell of my plans diminished and pulled apart. I couldn't even muster the strength to do all that much harm to any of you. Trust me, half of me wanted just finish. Gone. Cease. The other just wanted to go home. Felt like I was riding a wave that I crafted. I couldn't get out from under it. I understand everyone seems to think that choices are just yes or no. But the pain I feel can just be waved away. For that, I'm not trying to justify at this point.
I'm not saying your pain can be waved away, Morrigan. I'm saying that you kept pushing it towards something that was counterproductive to what you needed. You tried to go for what you wanted, but not for what you needed. You wanted revenge. You wanted to make people suffer. You wanted to erase all of those who harmed you, and you wanted to die afterwards. That's not what you need. It's never been what you needed. And when you did find what you needed, when you found what you needed felt far better than what you wanted could have ever felt, you were afraid of it, and you ran from it. You tried to force yourself to finish what you started, instead of taking all that you had committed up to this point in time and change trajectory.
She just turns and curls into herself.
She'll reach forward and place a hand on your shoulder.
Don't touch me.
No, I'm touching you. And she'll pour a fresh glass of tea, and she'll pull the cup up to your face. Drink.
Please, I hate this swill.
Just drink.
Such weak leaf juice. Ugh.
Just drink it, you big baby.
Wipes her face as she pulls the cup, spilling a bit of it.
I mean, she basically helps you drink it because you don't have your hands right now.
Oh. Right.
Yeah. She helps you drink
definitely
it.
like she moves her lips away and she like kind of does the thing where she like moving them all across her face like no.
Come on. 1 cup of tea, you'll feel better, and then I'll get you some coffee afterwards.
She relents and sips from the cup.
The
Horrible.
tea, despite your complaints, is a sweet one, and it's warm. You feel that. What's your current emotional state right now?
Despair.
You feel a warmth in your chest that kind of bats away at the despair you would normally be feeling. And you get this sense of comfort, of home. And I won't even make you roll a history check. This tea that you're drinking right now is the same kind of tea your auntie would serve you whenever you went to her house.
Her eyes just half lit. She kind of just stops being such a little shit. And just tears start rolling down her face.
No, you're hurting right now, Morrigan. Everyone is. And you might have caused that. You're also the one that can fix it. Francois wasn't wrong. It starts with sorry. It starts from deep down in your very soul. A soul that I know and I feel is good. It's not monstrous. Whoever call yourself that. My sister, damn it. If there's anyone who's gonna insult you, it's gonna be me. Now finish this tea. And I'll give you a walk around so everyone can hear your apology.
No.
Might as well be.
Oh. Fine. She finishes the tea. Tries to like shoulder her face, but can't. It just kind of sags a little. Are you going to wipe my face or not?
Sure, I got you. And she'll take a small handkerchief and just dab away at your face. And then she'll help you stand up. And she'll take you to the training room first. Francois.
Kind of.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just imagine she's trying to not look where she's going. She has her being led, looking like a prisoner in her own home.
Still tied up.
Mm-hmm.
Her arms are still behind her back. She's got a couple of spells that are just material and verbal, so she could do stuff, but she probably won't.
Would this be about the point that Soren left, or is he still down there?
He's gone. She'll go to you next, but
Okay.
she basically walks you to the stairs, and then she'll kind of like leave you there, and she'll say, "Please hold here for a second." And she'll take a few steps down. Francois.
Yes. She'll bow back.
Morrigan would like to say something to you. Would you be willing to hear it?
Sure. I'll be right up.
She nods, and she'll step back up and she'll place a hand on your shoulder, Morgan, just give it a squeeze. It'll be hard. You can do it.
Okay. Sorry, easy. Accepting.
Speak up a bit.
Curse my silence. Just barely know what to say.
Something is better than nothing. And she'll stand beside you. And Renswai, you tell me when you come up. Neatal kind of like gives you a glance over and just says, "You don't have to humor her if you don't want to."
No. No, I'd like to see what she has to say.
All right, I'll be silent this time. And she'll follow you up.
And she will, kind of grip the rail and make her way up the stairs, kind of pausing in the threshold for a moment, taking a quick breath and stepping out into the living area, kind of crossing her arms over her chest. And like an almost it's like a midway point between like condescending mother or like disappointed mother and just kind of like self-protection. Like just
So,
like on the cusp of like an authoritative but like uncomfortable like crossing of the arms.
she stood there, arms kind of shackled behind her back. Hair frazzled. I think she still has her glasses on. One of the lenses cracked. I am sorry. I'm a mess. Couldn't bring myself to see you before I made that choice. Because I knew I would falter. I wish I had. I'm under no delusion there is anything left. But I am thankful you still see something worth keeping here in me. For what that is worth.
You're the one who determines what that's worth. No one else gets to decide the sanctity of your own life.
I will be honest, I have struggled with that for a long time. I'm sorry it took so long to come to the surface. Like this.
know there is little chance something like what you saw will be a reality at this point. But just still being able to see you is more than I expected.
I mean, to your own admittance, you also didn't expect to see anything. You expected to die.
Cringes a little. I wished to cease. Okay. I wanted to do something that would make some sense of the last 20 years. To make their deaths matter in some way. That it wouldn't have been senseless. So I can see this was my fear and anger ruling me, as it still does. I am broken.
You were broken already. The problem is you had people willing to patch you up. And you were so sure you couldn't be that you let their efforts bleed off of you like water off of treated leather.
She sags.
You have an incredible chance to truly turn your life around. I pray you take it this time.
Thank you. Just run out of everything. She's staring down, little droplets forming at her feet. I still have two others to, well, three to sing my apologies to. So,
I shall leave you to it then.
yes. She toddles back a step or two out of your way.
She'll give a nod and I guess turn to head back down.
I think you should go down the steps. You notice a pair of yellow eyes kind of watch you go down.
from the shadows. She sees Smudge for the first time since you've gotten back.
And she'll kind of pause, blink back at Smudge, and gives Smudge, a nod.
They give you the cat equivalent of a slow blink.
And she will continue her way down. Kind of just the silent message of, the continuation from in the mindscape of, I did my part, now she has to do hers.
And a simple but quaint thank you from a familiar. As I believe Eloise parades me upstairs. Shad.
Yes. I was muted that whole time. I had shit. Fuck.
Were you talking?
Yes, I was.
Awesome.
So Eloise looks to you, Morrigan, and she asks, "Are you good to continue to Soren next?"
That depends. Do you have a hanky or egg on my face?
She pats you down again.
I don't have a no one.
It's fine. She'll flick it dry.
Sighs deeply, and she is toddled up the steps.
That was good.
Hmm.
Just 3 more people.
I hardly know what I will say to Vani. I don't think she even understands what's going on.
No, she doesn't, but I explained. An apology to her is still relevant because you did, hit her a couple times.
Blinks a few times, I suppose.
But we're doing Soren next. And she'll,
Could be.
Soren, you hear a small knock on your door.
And there'll be just who is it?
It's me, Eloise. Morrigan has something that she would like to say to you, and I'm wondering if you'd be willing to hear it.
Come in.
She'll creak open the door and she'll lead Morrigan in.
He's in his kneeling meditative position again, and like as Agathar saw, there's the hints of silver beginning to invade the floor. It's mostly centered on him, but it's starting to spread out. And he looks up and notices it and goes, "Oh, right. 1 second." And he closes his eyes again, and it recedes again.
You see both Eloise and Morrigan are just kind of probably like avoiding the cracks that are closest to the door.
It's definitely like a flare of nostrils and a perk of ears.
Sorry, that just started happening earlier today, and I'm letting it happen now so I can try to understand it.
Eloise nods. No harm, no foul. Morrigan?
And
Kind
Soren's
of.
hands unfold from the meditative position and just lay down on his lap.
I am sorry.
I took advantage of you all. I am struggling to come to terms with myself. I know you tried very hard to reach me, but I did not want to be reached. I have been built on it. My anger and fear. It's what protected me when I was alone. And I know that I am not alone anymore. But it is difficult to ask the leopard to change its spots. I have been cruel and unwilling to see anything but what was my entire being for most of my life. I did not want any of you to be hurt in this. I am not so blind as to not see that it is a silly sentiment to have had. That what I wished and wanted for you all, with every kindness of my being, was material. I do not believe I understand fully what it is to love or give emotionally. Maybe I've been doing so in some way and I haven't realized it. I certainly know being with all of you has been the warmest time in my life. Few rays of light have touched me in the few years I have been alive. And I could not let go. And allowed myself to drive towards this plan. It shrank. I will give you this credit from something far crueler and sadistic to simply wishing to cease and taking everything with me. Though it really isn't better. I saw things when I was cleaved. What subconsciously I wish, without the clouding of my anger my age. I understand that the chances of me obtaining such a surreal and peaceful place are far-fetched. Maybe not out of the question. But I am willing to be here with all of you and try. She sort of sucks in her lip. She tried to say this, give you as much eye contact as possible, but her gaze tends to wander as she speaks.
Probably not made any easier by the fact that Soren just has his hands in his lap, just looking at her, watching her as she, like, basically not taking his eyes off of her as she explains everything. Like, and he has one of the calmest, most stern looks on his face as he listens to Morrigan talk. And has she said everything she needs to say?
You get the idea that she's looking for you to say something.
And he was waiting
Her
for
body language.
Sorry, go ahead.
Her body language certainly gives off that she's struggling to find more in the moment.
He listens to her and, like, then kind of just, like, his eyes just break away from her and look towards the floor as the silver begins to recede back under him, and he says, I've now heard everything you had to say. And do you understand why I was so upset with you?
I knew from the beginning.
What was your takeaway? Why do you think I was so upset with you?
Her brow knits for a moment. You had offered to help me. You wanted to be a part of this, but not my design. I spat at your help, thinking it was kind of like takes in a sharp breath. Not enough.
That was only part of it, Mori. Another part of it was the fact that we we did want to help you. We tried to tell you what would be a good way to do this, and you actively made the choice to be unreachable. You didn't just not listen. You weren't just unreachable. You made the choice to make yourself unreachable. You actively decided to make yourself unconvincible. But I think what made me the most angry was that I've seen the kindness out of you. I've seen a kindness come out of you that I didn't see when I first met you. And at then, I didn't quite understand why you seemed so, uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Taciturn, I suppose?
What does that mean out of character? Morgan
Ba-
would know, I do not.
Taciturn basically means that you're just like, I think it means just like implacable. Hold on, let me look it up.
That is not helping. That is
Yeah,
also
one
a
sec.
big word.
Taciturn, habitually untalkative, laconic.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's
Soren pulling out the $10 words.
There's like even like the slightest hint of like that is a mouthful.
like acting like he has a higher intelligence than 10.
You
I
can know big words.
But once I saw what it was that caused you to become who you are today, back in Mirsai, I was I was determined, I was driven. But first, when we fought Raymir and you told us a little bit about it, I already wanted to help you, and then I became determined and driven once I saw from with my own eyes what happened to you. But what made me the angriest was that I know you were capable of better. You showed a kindness to us, like you treated us like family. We were we were your family, and you were showing us a love that I've never seen you give anyone, so at that point I knew that you could do better, and you chose not to. You were so driven on completing this plan that you put into place for 20 years because you thought that if you just tossed it aside, that it would have meant nothing. It would have been wasted. All of that time would have been for nothing, would have meant nothing. I am I right on that?
her eyes draw away. Yes.
There's a smile on Soren's face as he takes a breath and says, well, even if you didn't try to pull it off, what do you think about us? Like, how do you view us? Are we dear family to you? Were you being 100% sincere when you called me dearest Soren?
Her lips kind of like curl in. She like makes eye contact with you, wet like cheeks wet.
And Soren is smiling at her, so.
Of course, I was honest in my letter.
And he leans forward and puts his hands on his knees, and he says, then maybe all of that whole plan was worth that. That's where it led. Because if you hadn't engaged in that plan, would you have ever met us?
You see her struggle for a moment.
Soren, you'll see that Eloise just kind of like gives you a nod of approval behind Morrigan, just like, good one. She didn't say anything though.
Darn, I sold my soul. Gave peasants to the peddler of the night market. Burned everything.
Was that before or after you met us?
Some of it before.
Right, but you still ended up in our little family, right? Is don't you think that that path that you took, all that time that you spent, the destination ain't the same, but isn't it worth something?
She clenches her eyes shut. It is.
And he,
Cool to think I had to do something so vile. But it took me cleaving myself to clear the fog.
your perspective was driven by anger and fear. something I am kind of familiar with, but not. I ain't trying to say that I've lost nearly as much as you have. I haven't. So I can't fully sympathize, but I can empathize. I have lost, and I was angry. I wasn't the same man I am now. About 6, 7, 8 years ago, the person who turned me around was Misaki Kurama, my sensei, my previous sensei. But I didn't think I could ever change either. I think everybody is capable of change, and I know that you're capable of better. And he stands up and walks towards Morrigan and then, like, kneels down in front of her and says, "Would you allow me to give you a hug?"
You want to hug me? She says tearily as she takes like a slight step back.
He just slowly nods at her and says, I do. Because you're family, and I love you, Mori.
I don't think she has the capability of answering. She just sobs.
You'll feel
So,
you'll feel
She
a
can't.
hand. Hold on. Sorry.
She gives like a slight nod. She can't speak.
Morgan, you'll feel a hand kind of like grip the slime finger traps and pull them off.
Oh, thank God. I cast a spell.
Counterspell
Disintegrate on.
on self.
and I'm sorry, Araji stance and no, I'm
And
sorry, Katori
anyway,
stance. That's what it is.
Disintegrate
Anyways,
on the cart.
sorry, but yeah, he's going to reach forward and pull her in close and hug her, probably for the first time since like ever, and he's gonna hug her and say, "Your family, Mori, and we are here to help you. You don't. I have to tell Agatha this so many times, but you don't have to do this by yourself. You have us, and I'm sure Rennie's told you this as well."
And she sniffles as she clutches you tightly.
Yeah, it's going to take some work to earn me trust fully again, but it can be earned. And I know you can do it. Listen to me. I was saying, sounding conceited at this, like, I'm the Dave, you can win my trust again. And he just kind of chuckles a little bit.
You fool, Bunny.
Well,
You would hug a viper.
he he kind of like pulls away from her a little bit and points at his eyes and says, "Well, I'm partly one, I guess."
You get a small bap in the back of your head, Morgan.
Ow. Leave me alone.
I told you not to. I told you not to insult yourself.
No, you didn't say that. You said I couldn't call myself a monster. A viper is an animal.
Semantics.
Specifics are the importance of witchcraft.
Well, I'll specifically smack you in the head if you call yourself any sort of name again in a derogatory sense.
The Soren just kind of like chuckles and says, "Eloise, please. I'm trying to have a moment here."
Oh, by all means, don't let me bother you. Please continue. He
Just
sips on some tea.
remember, Soren like pulls her in for a hug again and says, "Just remember that your path, your plan to do what you're about to do, also didn't just lead to that, it led to us. And we are here for you, and we will help you.
Hey, hold on.
He's back.
Shit, my headset.
And here comes
Oh,
Agathar
man.
from under the bed.
Oh,
This is-
don't you
Hi.
worry. Don't you worry. We'll
This
get to
is
Agathar in a
great.
bit.
We could circle around to Agathar next.
I was actually going to go to Vonnie next.
That would be great, actually. I wouldn't mind doing that. Give him a second to breathe.
yeah. That's the plan. That's the plan.
I know, I'm
Um,
ready.
Come
I'm ready.
into the fire.
I'm ready.
Anyway,
I was listening the whole time.
Soren, you hug her for a while. The two of you share this moment
I
where...
have one tiny thing.
Oh, go ahead.
As things start to become lighter, you know, I was afraid of you the most.
He just kind of like nuzzle into her shoulder and just says, "You don't have to be. I'm here to help you, and you know this."
I know. It was unfounded. During the fight in the sewers, and that wretched girl, controlled you for a minute, and you slashed me.
He like clutches Morgan even closer and goes, "God, I'm so sorry for that. I never wanted to hurt you."
I- All right.
But don't worry, she'll be getting what's coming to her for that.
Something to worry about later.
Aye, indeed. And he's gonna let her go at that point. And he just backs away. No, he just kind of like leans back from her, just still smiling warmly.
I think you see the tinge of her skin lighten as her hair more vibrant and red. Well, I still have to make my way through the others.
To Vonnie, then
You-
Agathar.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
I don't know how either of them are going to take it, but
Don't know.
Aggie is probably more like to forgive you. Maybe.
I
But
feel
we'll have
like
to-
I've done the most damage to him.
And that is a challenge you'll have to face.
I was so convinced I could convince him. I was very wrong.
He has a
Anyway.
good heart.
Yes, he does.
That's why I love him. Or one reason I love him.
He just smiles a bit. She could finally rub her own face. No more smelly hanky.
Your hands need to go back into the finger traps.
Oh man.
But you have a pocket slime girl?
No, but this bundle of her slime, I asked for some control over it. I can talk to it.
Don't you have like handcuffs or something?
No, because those don't block finger movements, and you know this.
You are standing right there. Can't you just counterspell me? Where's the gross lizard thing you travel with?
She says, behind your back.
Ugh. Her head sags. She puts her hands behind her back.
You feel
Wait. She pulls her hand back and itches her nose. All right.
Okay. Your hands go back. The slime congeals back onto them and hardens, solidifying your fingers in place.
She fucking shivers.
I know. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Now follow me, and she'll lead you out of the room and down to the workshop, which she'll knock on the door.
She looks over her shoulder at Soren before she leaves. As we go to Vani. Oh, you got something to say? Go ahead.
Well, as she looks over her shoulder at him, he's returned to his spot in the middle of his room and returned to meditating, but he's still like watching her with a warm smile as she leaves the room.
Just bewilderment.
The next one, next up is Vani. Hey Vani, you got a knock on your door.
Vonnie's pretty much at the anvil, hearing the knock. Come on in.
The door
Anyone?
The door opens and Eloise enters first. Morrigan would like to apologize for causing you pain and misfortune. Would you be willing to accept this?
Vonnie just scratches her head with the hammer. I mean, I don't think I was the least one affected, so I don't see why she owes me any apology.
She owes everyone an apology. And you were struck a couple times by the summons and herself.
Didn't really do much to me.
That's beside the point. She'll open the door and Morrigan, you can step in.
She does. She looks around this new room.
The forge is a mess. As previously stated.
There's like her ear twitches, and you could see just like the slightest like whinge at the edges of her eyes as she sees this this mess.
Boxes are strewn about, ores and ingots, wood thrown around. It's a disaster.
Vani,
I'm
sorry you got dragged into this.
Well, if it wasn't for my brother, probably would have. I had a clue any of this was going on.
You wouldn't have, neither would he. I admire your brother.
Eventually we'll get to talking. I'll ask you similar questions. No one really gave me a straight answer.
I can give you a straight answer. Best I can manage, at least. I put you in this position.
Strange that you didn't want to see the fruits of your labor by putting me in this position.
I am at least happy to see you well. Feel bad for meddling in the fabric of things.
Yeah, so I heard. Time magic.
It was a wish. It wasn't so much manipulation of time, but rewriting history.
Yeah, potato, potato.
Not the same, but okay.
Same effect, nonetheless. It's not so
Regardless.
much me you owe an apology for.
I still think it's owed to you. Whether you accept it or not.
Yeah, I accept it. Although, with the wish spell,
I can enlighten you on what was before, what is now. About your brother if you want it.
as curious as I am about how I was before this, I'm more worried about what my brother has become now. Conversation
find-
for another day.
Yes.
But you don't owe me an apology for anything.
You're getting one.
I figured.
I'm sorry.
I
You
would have
had
been
to-
dragged. I would have been dragged in country one way or another, should you have succeeded or not.
Truthfully, yes, but you had no ties to us. You could have left in Vitrium and been on your own path. None of this had to be your problem.
Aftermath would have. Still have some colleagues around.
Right.
And besides, y'all are the closest I've managed to get in 10, 8, 10 years of trying to find my brother.
Well, can I do anything for you?
Eventually, just answer some questions. Other than that, I would say don't change, but some
I feel like that is the narrative at the moment. So maybe for the better. Hopefully.
hopefully.
He looks around. Please clean this place up.
No
Please.
promises.
Oh.
And with that, Eloise will give you a bow, Vonnie, and just say, "Thank you." And she'll lead you out the room, Morrigan.
As the two of you leave, you just hear a clank, and Bonnie starts swearing up a storm as something might have broken while she is hammering away.
I think Morrigan is mumbling under her breath as things start moving in the forge and start slowly organizing themselves. No one needs a snack or anything. Let them work throughout the night.
And then you hear Vonnie going, "Oh, god damn it, no, not there! What are you doing putting the hammer there? I left it there in the pile for a reason! That's my hammer pile!"
She her hair starts to rise like it's labeled hammer there, you dolt.
No, it's more along the line of I just said that. Why is it cleaning? I can't find shit when it's cleaned.
When it's on the floor, I can see it and I know where it is.
Exactly.
That's what all the floor space is for!
She's like grumbling. There is a section for metals, woods, irons.
The floor is just
Tool
a giant
shelves.
shelf.
All of them are perfectly labeled.
But these are the good iron. But this is the good iron pile. And this is the bad iron pile.
There is no such thing. Just melt the bad iron down until it is a slab.
And if you think about it, the floor is just a giant shelf anyways.
I'm going to buy another servant and assign it to that room only.
All right. So yeah, you get led down the hallway to Agathar's room, and Agathar, you hear a knock on your door.
He finishes using Zeus Steelglyph to finish fusing the troll bone that he hasn't had the opportunity to get familiar with into Bell. But after the knock, there's a silence. Then he looks at the door. Yeah?
It's me. Morrigan would like to say something to you, and I am asking if you would like to hear it.
There is a solid pause before the door just opens by itself.
I assume that is a yes?
Yeah, come on in.
She will nod. And she'll open the door up and she'll lead Morrigan in. She is currently without her gag, but she still has the slime finger cuffs.
Yeah, he is full extension on the appendages as they grip the ground.
Oh my
As
god,
he
he's
helps.
Doc Ocking on her.
Yeah, I 100% Doc Ocking. As he turns around, the appendages slowly let him lower him to the ground and go back into their like resting positions where they're just kind of like swaying idly with claws forward.
Eloise is gonna gesture for Morrigan to take over.
Kind of grimaces for a moment. I am sorry for my actions. I used you. I was so convinced I could make you see what I saw, that it was a matter of showing you. Brought you to that place, hoping that I wasn't wrong. And when I was, I snapped. Everything came crashing down, and I did something horrible to you. I abused your trust. I abandoned everything. Burned the bridge behind me. I couldn't see. I was always blind. Cleaving myself was the first moment I was able to see through this haze of hate that I have used to protect myself since I was small. I tried to hinder myself in the throes of the ritual, a fight, a war within, subconscious versus conscious. Ugh, whatever effect. She winces. That place inside the amber where everyone was happy. My family was there. Yours, Lauren, Helen, Honey, and Swa. Kind of sucks in her lips. I don't know what they will look like, but some part of me constructed what your little ones might look like as they played among the goldenrod. And I had never experienced such effortless joy. I had urged Francois to end me there, so the ritual would stop. He thought differently. I am under no delusion that this changes anything. Can't take back what I have done to you. Can't promise what is rebuilt will be anything of the sort before. We'll try. I do not wish to see myself expunged. Oh, I am sorry.
As she was talking, he looked rightfully upset at her. He wasn't stoked to see Morrigan, but as she talked, that upset, angry expression just kind of softens and melts into just tired. He just looks so tired. And he, after the last bit, he looks away for a moment before letting out a soft sigh, but kind of letting out a little chuckle. Why did you stay so angry all the time? It's so tiring.
Practice. Lots of practice.
Yeah. Morrigan, I can't say that whatever we had before this is gone. I don't think we can ever rebuild something like that, but maybe we can build something else. I always understood your anger. I always thought it was justified. You were angry at the things, you were angry at the world, but I always try to help you see the other way. And, well, it clearly didn't work until now, but I always
Not-
knew.
I didn't want to see the other way, Maggie.
Yeah. Yeah. But now that you're looking, me want. I always knew that there was a good part of you. It confused me so much that you treated us so well and with love and respect, and then there would be people that you would turn your ire towards that I didn't think deserved it. I was so confused, but I desperately knew that there was something in there. And if something like this is what it took to help that Morrigan crawl its way out through the mud and the muck and the blood, if that's what seeds the plant, then so be it. And you hurt my sister, and I don't think I can forgive that. But what hurt the most wasn't the being used. It wasn't being used. It was the abandonment. It was being left that hurt the most. All I know is you guys. You're my only friends and family. And to have Valen left, it hurt so much. When you left, that was a stab to the heart. I don't know if I can ever forgive that, but I can try to move forward. I can tell that you're making an honest-to-God effort right now. And I recognize that. Maybe we can make something, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm so tired. I tend to do everything alone because that's all I know.
Soren mentioned.
Yeah, he does. And he's right. We're not alone anymore.
No. I'm glad you did not turn out like I did.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really glad that I didn't. But I'm reluctant, not reluctant, I'm cautious to give you another chance, but I am willing to give it.
He smirks a little. We would call you fuel for trusting me a second time.
You know me. I don't really learn my lesson. But I wouldn't call what we have trust, just cautious teamwork, I guess. I don't know if I can fully trust you again, but with what's coming and what we have to do, I don't exactly have much of a choice. To not at least semi or partly trust you is setting us up for failure. And I do want to apologize about what I said in the fight. I wanted to hurt you. Like how you hurt me. I do care that you lost everything. I care that you lost your family. What I said wasn't okay and it was really low. So I'm sorry for that. But unfortunately, I'm gonna hold on to the key to the cart for now. See if you can earn that back. Oh. Oh, hello?
Yes, we can hear you. I can.
I can't.
Is
Nani?
everyone else here?
I cannot hear. I cannot hear them either.
I don't hear Vox.
Uh,
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we
there it
go.
is.
Hello.
something went funny. All I heard was "you know me," and then everything went
Oh,
quiet.
damn. Okay.
Discord
Yeah.
moment.
Discord. Hashtag Discord.
No, I think it was an internet moment.
Oof.
Oh shit.
It flickered on me.
Okay.
All right. Well, finish up. Finish up.
Going back, he said, "You know me. I don't really learn my lesson very well, but I wouldn't call this trust. This is partial trust, more working together with what's coming and what we have to do. I don't really have much of a choice."
Like everyone seems to be telling me, you always have a choice.
That's fair.
All we really need together here is the Archmage.
She's not gonna really know anything. She's starting at square one.
She is.
Maybe we can help.
Possible.
I'm willing to give this another shot, but I don't think it can be like what it was before.
I would fault you if you had just forgiven me.
I think I would have heard it from the wife, so.
Her prying eyes are... Oof.
I've learned to grow comfort knowing that somebody has my back always.
Hmm.
And she
Is
has shown
there-
that she wants to help.
I know. Is there anything I can do for you?
I don't know. At least not right now. I think get some rest. Think about what everybody has said and just be better, I guess. I don't know what to say.
Neither do I.
But unfortunately, I'm gonna hold on to the keys for a while longer. That one you have to earn back.
He kind of make like a soft sigh and a shrug of her shoulders. I gave it to you. Really.
Yeah. This place was never my home. It never was. You guys were my home.
She looked concerned there for a moment. So it's like, I spent so much money on this place.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the cart, but I was always at home wherever you guys were.
What the fuck else do you want? The jacuzzi?
I'm
Does anyone just disrespect this home that I bought for you guys?
She turns a moment and looks at the cart. This is my heart. It was small to start. It grew with all of you. I don't know if I understand, feel love the right way. I know that a warm meal is comforting. I know a warm bed is safe. It was all I could truly offer without misunderstanding.
And love is showing someone that you not only care for them, but that you believe in them. That you tell them that you are capable of great things, and that you are not the sums of whatever people tell you. That's why I respect you And, well, respect in two ways. I always thought that you were the most dangerous among us. But that came out of respect because I do think that you're the strongest among us. And that ritual really showed that you were, in my opinion.
Culmination of 2 decades of mistakes.
Now imagine what you can do with 2 decades of not mistakes, of trying to get things right.
Well, one can only sell their soul once. Or bargain with a darkling of such a magnitude in one fashion.
Well, yeah, but we know a darkling.
I think we know more than that.
Probably. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised if Cecil was a darkling.
She kind of looks at you with a sort of like half-cocked brow. He is a darkling.
Cecil?
Yes.
That would explain a lot.
Hold on. Why are you saying that?
Because he's like every darkling we've met. I mean, Morrigan can be wrong.
Agatha does have some insight on Cecil.
No. I mean, like if Agathar made that statement, I'd get it. But Morrigan, all she's seen of Cecil is that he smiles a lot, and he's happy, chipper even.
Agathar talks constantly about this boy.
Says that he's creepy.
Almost like he's obsessed with him.
Yeah, like on my skin.
I have also been present for some of like these back and forths.
Mm-hmm. Some of them were out in the open in the main lobby.
Fair enough.
If anyone knows darklings, it's Morrigan.
All right, fair enough. I mean, you can make whatever assumption you want. I was just over here like, where's it coming from? What?
You know what? That explains a lot. And he looks at Eloise. We need to have a conversation later.
Okay.
But
what did you do this time?
Something gross.
you might want to close the door.
The door closes. A little mage hand forming to close it.
Makes sure that it's like the soundproofing is going through.
Yeah, it's active.
Yeah. Cecil mentioned that they want a gun for the throne of ch-ldr-n. Like once we get rid of ch-ldr-n, Cecil wants to make a kobold empire or something, or at least they want me to. They want me at the throne.
If it's you, I don't see an issue with it.
You don't see an issue with it?
I don't see an issue with him leading a nation of kobolds, no. But Cecil's plans are always a enigma to us.
Why is he a part of your group?
I was wanting to know the same thing.
It's like, what do you see in him?
I found him a couple years back. He read into me, and we came to an agreement. He would assist me in my endeavors. He saw merit in them, he said.
How loose is the chain?
That's right. The pact in question is only there for as long as the Vuori king is still in power.
So you did openly make a pact with him.
Upon their insistence.
What did they want in return?
They wanted to meet more interesting kobolds that they came across and recruit them.
Do you? Hmm. Cecil is extremely dangerous.
As all
Whatever they-
darklings are.
Yeah, they are definitely not humanoid. It's like a slime, like Amalia is.
He's a darkling wearing a corpse. Just like the other one.
No, they're not that at all. They're different entirely.
They wouldn't be able to stand the sunlight.
They aren't like those things. They're different.
Some kind of fake creature?
No, I don't really know what they are. But what I do know is that what we see is just one of many facets of that particular person's personality.
Strange.
Facets, as in. Can Cecil split themselves?
No, at least I don't think they can. I'm not sure. What I do know is that they can take on different shapes, different faces, different names, and have differing personalities based upon it.
I fucking knew it. That one kobold in Vitrium and Deepwood. Chucky.
That is one of them.
Well, Chucky is responsible for a lot of murder, including other kobolds. They want the strongest.
He intends to slay the weak. So only the strong ones can breed.
Seems like it. Weed out the ones not worthy of the throne.
I don't think that's the case. Not from my understanding of their goals. Every time they meet a kobold, they always test them. Sometimes they leave them alone, other times they get more interested.
They seem to be quite interested in our Agathar.
That's
I'm
because
interested.
they view Agathar as very particularly strong, hence why they offered him the leadership position.
Man, I told Cecil to go fuck themselves.
Considering he has many bodies, it's not out of the question.
Regardless, we'll have a greater discussion on Cecil at a later time. As it
Just
stands, Morrigan, you should probably go get some sleep.
yes, and be careful. Cecil might figure out we talked about him. I wouldn't be surprised if Cecil also has mirrors in a lot of different places.
You can't have them here.
Unless there's a piece of them. I don't know. Unless there's a piece of them on me. Or somewhere. They knew about Soifang.
Look around. You
She
hear
doesn't appear.
Fang.
No, she doesn't appear.
You under the bed.
No, she's not here.
She's here.
Says something.
Still,
That'd be funny.
She
That'd be
would
funny if
not
it were.
allow me to be in front of you without being here.
That'd be funny if it was Soy Fang saying, "No, she's not here."
So close.
Look, it'd be funny. I was like, if you could just grab those keys I gave you and press the lower button where the keychain connects with the fob, it would do something really funny.
So yeah, Eloise just pats Morrigan on the shoulder and just says, "All right, well, let's head out. I'll take you to your bedroom and we'll sleep together.
Oh.
Like when we were kids, Morrigan." She'll pat her on the back.
Grimaces. You don't still snore, do you?
I don't think I do.
Oh. Tell me, how many of your compatriots keep at least a 15 to 20 foot distance from you when you bed down for the night?
And she answers that question as the two of you make your way out of the room and the door closes behind you.
I will say as they open the door, Agatha is just Morrigan.
Just pauses. Yes.
Thank you for apologizing. It's the right step.
It is easy to say. You will see how easy it is to enact.
I really hope for your sake that you do.
Next two of us. Good night, Agathar.
Good night, Morrigan.
All right.
And you will watch the door shut. And after a couple of beats, he's going to contact who and say, "Hold off on that mark."
Who?
You can just say Sui Feng.
Yeah,
We know who you're talking. We know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
All right.
It's like, don't fucking murder her.
And
She,
she
uh,
says in the morning.
Hooligan.
She responds with, "Your boyfriend already canceled his mark."
Good. Good. I just had to be sure.
All right. And Morgan, as you and Eloise bed down for the night, as everyone beds down for the night, Morgan, I don't know how quickly sleep finds you, but for Eloise, it's just out immediately.
Does she snore?
Let me roll for that. You want to call high or low?
Hello?
She snores.
Oh.
You could just picture like Eloise drooling on a pillow, snoring it up a storm, and Morrigan just like next to her with deep bags under her eyes, staring at the ceiling like, why not?
Now I
Yeah.
don't remember why I started to hate.
My arms are tired. I can't move them. I am currently laying on top of them. This is hell.
Oh, she would have moved them to front. She would have moved your arms in front of your body.
Great. Cool. My
I'm a little
favorite.
bit more comfortable.
So that way you could like sleep on your back comfortably. As you kind of like lay there, shadows detach from the wall and Sui Fang appears, kind of like leaning over you. Her feet on like the edge of the bed.
Make it quick. I can't stand the racket.
I was going to. I'm not going to make threats and whatnot. Just simply going to say, I'm watching. Don't let it happen again. You know the drill.
He smiles. I know. That weird food thing you do is annoying.
I can imagine so. Regardless, be a good girl. She'll pat you on the head twice. And not in like a condescending manner, but in one of those things of
There's
like,
about to
no way
say.
to not be condescending.
like, oh, okay. What I mean is her intention is not to be condescending, but her intention is to be like, it's like one of those awkward moments of like, be a good girl. I don't know how else to finish this or how to disappear. So she just pats you on the head twice and just goes away.
I think she stops her. Oh, wait.
Yes.
And kind of looks to the wall. I am sorry. For the way I treat you.
Huh. That was not anticipated. It's... She narrows her eyes. Her fingers tap along her thigh for a couple seconds. Appreciated.
It's not all. I'm afraid of you, Fang. Like I am many people. I can't see you much of the time. You are in places you shouldn't be. You know things you shouldn't. Now you've been threatened by you very much so from the beginning. And so I treated you poorly because of it. Because I had no power to stop you. Not really. That doesn't mean I am so easy. That this isn't a threat. Just balking. So I do not sleep so soundly.
That was adequate. Would you like to sleep?
Kind of like grimaces. You intend to knock me out by pummeling me about the head.
I wasn't going to. That would wake
But now that
Eloise
you
up.
mentioned it,
You think you could make her quiet instead of just knocking me out?
No, snoring is natural.
This isn't natural. This is a creature of some dark abyss made home in my cousin's throat. This is no human sound. As Eloise is just like...
You're right, it is quite loud. But I can't do anything about it. I can do something about this. She'll pull out a small vial. Do you trust?
I trust very few people. But if you intend to kill me, with any luck, this will be quiet.
No.
If I trusted, we would not be in this situation.
No. All of your marks are gone. And she'll uncork the very tip of it, and she'll drop a single droplet of this clear liquid on your tongue if you allow it.
Marks? I didn't have you kill anyone.
And
To elaborate.
Maybe that one guy. But I was the one who killed him.
Whenever this liquid hits your tongue, it's very sweet flavored, and within seconds, you start to feel drowsy. You may roll a con save if you wish.
Absolutely, I would love to be spiteful. It's my bread and goddamn butter.
Natural 20.
God damn it! It was to GM, but it's a natural 20.
She like smacks her lips and looks at us like, and then she's kind of like starts to get drowsy, and then Eloise is like, it's like hit me again.
There's too much coffee in my veins.
I need
Fine.
more of that sweet soda, please.
She'll say, open a bit wider. I'll give you another dose.
Oh,
She
I'll
gives you
bench the
another
whole
drop.
person.
She gives you another drop. You may roll a con save at disadvantage. That
that's
fails.
funny.
That fails.
Then Eloise is met with a stereo of just.
The two of them snoring together and just being overtly loud.
It's rhythmic.
Yeah, Eloise exhales, Morrigan inhales.
It's just constant. It's like static at this point. It's just constant.
It's like panning in stereo.
Soy Fang just like stares for a moment. She shudders. At least Agatha is quiet, and then she disappears.
Meanwhile,
Only when he's asleep.
And yeah, the day comes to a close as you guys trundle on forward through the Vuorian forest, exiting it early into the morning. As I pan the camera to something.
3 villages are currently on fire.
There's a jet plane above us targeting our ships. Slug locked, Captain.
Locked and loaded. Time to
Wow.
murder.
Dropping
All right.
500 kilogram.
Drop me the 500 kilogram. All right. Give me just a second. As we pull away from the party, we turn the camera to the ritual site. Figures can be seen moving about the place with various black boxes and large rods with circular discs around the end of them, hovering them over the various bombs left in the ground after the ritual and getting various clicks and whines from them. A few individuals in lighter armor stand outside the ring taking notes, while a second ship arrives in the sky above. An obsidian black triangle seems to appear out of nowhere from the sky as various hexagonal plates along the bottom of the ship flicker off to reveal it, dropping away the cloud that it was pretending to be. A large hole opens up and a lithe figure drops from within. Landing on the ground, they stand up. They have a top hat upon their head and a black and silver metal skin coating them. The hat blending into the top of the head where a thin blue line of light can be seen emitting from it. Immediately, the various workers stop what they're doing and perform a bow before the figure. The captain of the scouting vessel approaches them and presents a flat square to them that glows with blue electron.
Bro got the iPad.
The report so far, sir. We have scanned the objects for magical signatures and found that they share a striking similarity to the magical signatures of the people that interfered with our Mirzian project. The figure nods and scans through the data presented, walking with the captain as he continues. Each of these devices is rigged with an explosive and covered in lingering conjuration magic. There's enough explosives here to level multiple cities in the country, sir. We believe the intention of the caster was to warp them into all the cities and detonate and burn them. For what reason? We don't know. Okay, explain, Morrigan. What were these supposed to do?
I mean, they're just a bunch of explosives. The spell circle's gone.
Anyway, moving along.
Okay. It's cool, it's fine, don't worry about it.
For what reason? We don't know. Why did they stop? We also don't know. The figure simply nods his head and hands the device back to the captain. There is a moment of pause as the figure scans the site, and after a few minutes of anticipation, he speaks. Back up the objects here, and note how many of them there are. He walks over to a patch where one seems to be missing. It seems as if someone took one. End of session.
Yay!
Yay! Agathar!
Who's the rat?
Yeah, and now
Me.
we are going to say bye-bye to our YouTube audience as we go into the post stream. Agathar, say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye.
Morrigan, say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye, people.
Renslaw, say goodbye to the people. Okay, Soren, say goodbye to the people.
I didn't have my mic flipped down.
Okay, Renslaw, say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye, people. Surely nothing bad will ever happen.
Soren, say goodbye to the people.
I might have done an oopsie poopsie.
Maybe a little. Vonnie, say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye, everyone.
All
The
right.
forge is perfectly organized.
Yeah, perfectly.
Thank God.
And from all of us to all of you, to the YouTube crowd, thank you for joining us. We will be here after a 2-week break, but we're going to go into the post stream where you too can talk with us if you watch us live at twitch.tv/deathlyshad every week on Tuesday at 5:30 CST. Whoop whoop PM.
And a reminder, no game for the next 2 weeks. So this is the last one of the year. Maybe one
Whoa.
shot. I don't know. I'm sad.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? I certainly don't. At any rate, with that, we're gonna go into there and bye bye everyone.